Are you looking to sharpen your Angular skills with real experience? In this video, I will guide you through 10 full projects, starting with beginner-friendly apps and advancing to the complex applications. With over 4 hours of the content in a single video, you will see how to solve real-world problems step by step. These projects will help you to level up your skills a lot, so let's jump right into it. And the project that we want to build is called Todo MVC. As you can see here, I opened the website todomvc.com, and here you can see examples in different front-end languages. And here is how our project is looking like. We have here a header, to-dos, and just an input. And we can type something here. After we're hitting enter, we see our to-do here on the bottom, and we can directly add one more to-do. As you can see, we have here cross on the right, so we can remove the to-do, or on the left we can select the to-do and then it is marked as completed. After we marked at least one item, we can see on the bottom one item left, and here different filters like all, active, completed. We can click here on active and we can see all items which are not completed yet. On completed we see only completed items, and we can click here clear completed, and then we have just one item left because all our completed items are removed. Additionally to that, we have a double click here and we can update our item. This is exactly the project that we want to implement inside Angular by using Angular signals. And here I already generated for us an empty Angular application. I don't have anything here inside app, it is just an empty HTML and an empty app component, but most importantly we have here styles CSS. And here I have lots of styles which are directly from this to-do project. As you can see, here are classes like to-do app h1, new to-do, edit, and so on. Obviously you don't need to retype it, you can just take it from the description box below. So first of all, here let's create a new folder for our huge feature. Inside app I want to create a folder which will be called to-dos, and this is exactly the whole feature that we want to implement with the list, filtering, and editing. And inside to-dos directly I want to create our new component because it is a standalone component. Here is our to-dos component ts and to-dos component html. Now inside I will simply write to-dos so we can check if our component is working, and here inside ts file we must generate a new component. And first of all, here let's provide a selector, for example app to-dos, because my project is named app. Then we need here a template URL for the file that we just created, to-dos component HTML, and we must say that this is a standalone component. This is why standalone true. After this, I want to export our new class, which is a to-dos component. Now, in order to test that, we must register it inside our app component. This is why I am jumping inside app component ts, and inside our imports, I want to add here to-dos component. Without this line, we can't really render our component. But now I can jump inside HTML and just render here our app to-dos component. Let's check if it's working. I don't have any errors in the console, and inside browser here on the top you can see a single word to-dos, which actually means we successfully registered our to-dos component and rendered it inside our project. What I want to do next, I want to split our feature in different components, because I want to keep it separated. And what I want to create here is first of all a header, then a footer that we have here on the bottom, then main part, and probably a component for a single to-do. Which actually means for this we must create 4 additional components. This is why here I want to copy to-dos folder completely, and now inside app to-dos we want a new folder which is called components. Here we will store all child components of our to-dos feature. This is why inside components we can paste and rename this folder, and first of all I want to create here a header folder. Now inside this header folder we must rename our to-dos component to header component and HTML file to header component HTML. Now inside I want to render our header word and just change our component. So here we will have a selector app to-dos header because this is a child component, and the template URL here will be header component HTML. This is also a standalone component, but the class here will be header component. Our first component is fully ready. Now I just want to copy paste it completely and rename to the footer. This is exactly what we want to render on the bottom. So here again it will be footer component HTML and footer component TS. Now inside our HTML we can just write footer, and we must update our component. So here we will have not header but footer, and here will be footer component HTML, and the name will be footer component. And the last thing that we need here is our main component. This is why I want to paste and rename header to the main and just update the names. So here will be main component HTML and main component TS. Now let's just change our HTML to main and update our TS file. It will be app-to-dos main. Here is our main component HTML, and our component is called main component. So all our components are ready. Now we must register all of them inside our to-dos component TS. This is why here inside our imports we can register all these components. First of all, it is header component, then footer component, and then main component. And now we can render them directly inside our HTML. So just for testing, I will write here app, then to-dos. Here we have header. Let's close our app to-dos header. Then I will copy paste it and just change to main. And on the bottom we have our footer. Let's check if it's working. We don't have any errors. And as you can see inside browser, we're rendering 3 different components: header, main, and footer, which actually means we fully prepared our empty components. The next thing that I want to prepare is the interface, because we are talking here about to-dos, and it makes a lot of sense to create such entity inside our application. And in order to do that, inside our app to-dos, I want to create a new folder, and it is types. And inside types, we will store all interfaces or types or enums which are related to our feature. This is why here I want to create to-do interface TS. And here is just a single to-do, how it must look like. And then we will reuse this interface everywhere. So we want to export here an interface, and it is a to-do interface. And it has several things. First of all, it is ID, it must be a string, then a text, this is the content of our to-do, and the last one is completed. And is completed must be boolean, which actually means when we complete a to-do, we must change is completed property to true. And now we are coming to the most interesting part, it is our service. Why is that? Because essentially we will write all our signals inside the service, so actually all our components will use the same shareable service to isolate all these methods inside. This is why here inside our app to-dos, I want to create a services folder, and here we will have just a single service, to-dos service TS. And here we have an injectable service. And as it is recommended inside Angular, we want to register it with provided in root. After this, we must export this new class, which is our to-dos service. So now the question is what we are storing here. And obviously we are storing the list of our to-dos, and we want to store it with signals. This is why here I want to create to-dos property. We can even write with camel case to-dos signal, so we know that this is a signal. And here we are assigning our signal with initial value empty array. And here we must say that inside we want to store our to-do interface array, which actually means here we created a signal and it stores inside an array of our to-dos, and by default we don't have any to-dos. Now we need to create here several methods to work with our to-dos, like for example add to-do, because we want to add it to the list, remove to-do, update to-do, and so on. But here I want to start with just a single method, add to-do. And what we're getting here after we typed in the input is just text, and this is a string. And here we're returning void because it simply must update our signal. How we can do that? First of all, we must create here our new to-do, and we must say that this is our to-do interface. So in order to create that, we must throw inside our text. We know that is completed by default is false, but the most interesting is ID. We don't have a way to generate a unique ID. This is why I will simply use here math random, and after this to string 16. And this is how our string will look like. It is fine for our needs, but obviously in the real project you will make an API call to the backend and it will generate for you an ID. For our case, this is completely fine. We generated a new to-do, and now we must push it to our to-do signal. In order to do that, we can use a method which is called update, and we are calling it on our signal, and inside we are providing a function which will update our elements inside. which actually means here we are getting inside function our to-dos that we already have, and now we must return a new array of to-dos. This is why I am spreading all our to-dos, and at the end I want to push our new to-do, which actually means with a single liner we updated our signal with new data. And as you can see here, update method updates the value of the signal based on its current value and notify all dependents. This is exactly what we want. Now I want to start implementing our header, but in order to do that we must change a little bit our to-dos component HTML. It is actually completely fine, but we must wrap it with an additional class. So here will be div class to-do app, and we need it because the whole CSS is written with this parent class. But all this stuff is staying the same. Now let's implement the logic inside our header. This is why I am jumping inside our components, header HTML, and this is what we need to implement. Our header is just this part that you can see here and the input that we are changing. This is why let's write exactly this. Here we have our header with class header, and inside our header we have h1 tag, and this h1 tag is to-dos. And after this we have our input where we will type everything, and most importantly is our class new to-do. After this we also have a placeholder which is what needs to be done. We also have here autofocus. This is exactly this autofocus feature. After this we must provide a value, and here we must create a value text. I will create it in a second, and also we need here an event after changing the input. This is why here we have a key up, and let's name it, for example, change text, where inside we're providing our event. And last but not least is keyup.enter. This is our enter, which will happen only when we want to add a to-do. This is why here we have an add to-do method. So again, we created here our value, which we must create, and we have two events, change text, where we're changing this property text, and add to-do, where we're adding a to-do. Now let's implement on the right exactly that. Here is our header component, and first of all we need here text. It is a string, and by default it is an empty string. Now here we want our change text function, which we created on the left with keyup event. And we're getting here event, which is an event, and we're returning here void. What we want to do here, we want to get a correct target. And actually here we must convert it and say that this is an input. This is why here we are writing that event.target as HTML input element. And in this case we told TypeScript that our target is an input. This is why here now we can write this text equal target.value. Because in this case our target is HTML input element and it has a value. Which actually means every single time when we have a keyup event, we change our text. Now we must implement a to-do function, but the main point is that we want to inject our service here in order to use it. This is why here we want on the top to inject our to-do service that we just created, and here we are using inject function in order to inject inside our to-do service. So with this single liner our to-do service is available for us inside this component. So here after change text we can create a to-do function. And here we're returning void, and we simply want to call our service. This is this to-do service.addToDo, and we're providing inside our text. And our text is inside this.text, which actually means with this single liner from any place of our application, we can add a new to-do to our signal. And after this, what we want to do, we want to reset our text. This is why this text equals an empty string. Let's check if it's working. As you can see here, we don't have any errors. Let's look in browser. So here you can see that our headline is there. We have our input, what needs to be done. I can type something and hit enter, and the text disappears, and now we can type again. And actually it didn't just disappear, it went to our signal, but obviously we didn't render a value from the signal yet. Which means now we must implement our main section to render there our to-dos. So let's jump inside our component main inside HTML, and here we want some markup. What we want here is a section with class main, and inside we have a UL with class to-do list. And what we want to render inside is to-dos from our service. This is why here on the right inside main component we want to get access to our service. This is why here to-do service, and we're injecting it with to-do service. As you can see here, if we're using our this to-do service, we have full access to our to-do signal, which actually means we can use it directly inside our HTML. This is why here what I want to do on the left, I want to render a list with our signal from the service. So here let's just write a div with ng for loop, and we're looping to create a to-do of to-dos, and we're getting them from our to-do service dot, and here we have our to-dos signal. And actually we must write here round brackets because this is a signal, and this is how we're reading the value from the signal. Now here inside we can just render like normally to-do.text. Let's check if it's working. As you can see here, we're getting a warning because we used ng4 directive, but we didn't inject common module inside our component. This is why here on the right we must import common module so it will work correctly. As you can see now everything is green and we don't have any error. Let's jump to the browser, and here I will try to type something and hit enter. And as you can see now we're getting these to-dos which are directly added inside our main section, which actually means every single time when we're submitting the input, our to-do is pushed to the signals, and now inside main we're subscribing to this signal and we're rendering information from it. This is exactly how we typically use signals inside our application. We're packing them inside the service and we can use them everywhere. But now it is time to make it more complicated. Just to remind you, inside our to-do MVC on the bottom we have 3 different filters, all, active and completed, which actually means we must implement somehow filters inside our application. So first of all what I want to do is generate the enum for our filters. In this case we can understand directly what filters are possible for us. This is why inside app to-dos types we can create a new enum, and let's name it filter enum ts. Now here let's export our enum, which is filter enum, and here we have 3 different enums. First of all it is all, this is just a string all, then we have active, which is just a string active, and we have completed, and this is a string completed. And what we want to do now, we want to activate some filter, which actually means at all times we have some filter activated. This is why inside our services, to-do service, we can create a new signal just for filter. This is why here I will create filter signal, and this is just a signal where inside we can write only filter enum that we just created, and by default the value here will be filter enum dot all, which actually means we are showing all our to-dos. So our filter is there, and now we can use it for logic inside main TS. This is why here I will jump directly inside main component TS, and here I want to create a property visible to-dos. Why is that? Because as you can see here inside the example, we have different visible to-dos based on what filter is activated. This is not how we rendered elements for now, because we simply rendered all our elements from the to-do signal, and this is wrong. This is why here inside main TS I want to use the filter to write correct logic, and in order to do that we must use computed. So what is computed? We can, based on some signals, calculate some new signal. This is exactly what computed is used for. So here I want to create visible to-dos, which is a property which will hold just to-dos which must be rendered on the screen now with current filter. And we're using for this computed function, and inside we provide just a function, and we can use inside several signals. First of all, here we want to get to-do signal, and this is this to-do service, our to-do signal. And here we also want to create our filter, and this is our this to-do service dot filter signal. And as you can see, I'm using here round brackets because we just need to read the value, which actually means we have directly here the list of our to-dos and the filter which is active. This is why here we can write now logic what to-dos we want to show based on this filter. So here we are checking if our filter equals filter enum dot active, it means that we need to filter out only active to-dos. This is why here I want to return our to-dos filter, and we're getting access to every single to-do, and we want to know that our to-do is not completed, which actually means with this line we're returning only active to-dos. Now here we must write one more check for our filter, and here we want to check if our filter enum equals completed. In this case, we want to show only completed to-dos, and this is exactly the same logic, but without exclamation mark. It is just to-do is completed. And if all these cases are not valid, then here we want to just return our to-dos as it is without any filtering. This is our default case. And as you can see, what we're getting back is our signal of to-do interface array, but now this is a visible to-dos. It is computed based on these two signals, to-dos and filter. So now here we can jump back inside our HTML, and instead of this code, we can simply write visible to-dos with round brackets. As you can see in browser, it looks exactly the same like previously, but now we used the filter logic inside. Which actually means it is a nice time to implement our footer because we have filter change there. This is why here I want to jump inside our to-dos components. Here is our footer and HTML. Now let's write markup for our footer. So here we will have footer with class footer, and inside we will have our filters. This is by UL with class filters. Let's close our UL and create inside a li. And inside li we want to create a ref, which is a slash. And here we want to create ng class. Why ng class? Because we want to apply here a selected class when this particular item is selected. This is why here we're applying selected class where this logic works. And this is filter equals filterinam.all. And now here I want to close our A, and inside we're writing all. Now the question is, what is filter and what is filterinam? We must create them inside TS file. And in order to do that, we must inject our to-do service inside this component. So here is inject to-do service, and we want to get a filter. And in order to get a filter like a readable value, we can write this.to-do service, and here is our filter signal with round brackets. As you can see now, we are getting back a filterinam. This is exactly what we need. And additionally to that, we want to read a filterinam inside our HTML. This is why we must create it as a local property inside our footer component. As you can see here, we don't get any errors. I can jump in browser, and we see here our all filter, which is activated because it is selected by default. Now let's create two more links. This is why here I will copy paste this link completely, and we want to change our logic. So here we want to highlight the link only for active elements, and now we're showing here active elements, and here we have filter completed, and the filterinam here is completed. As you can see in browser, all these filters are there, and now we must create the logic to activate them. This is why here for every single filter I want to create a click event, and here will be a function change filter, where inside we must provide what we're changing. As this is a ref, we want to use prevent default. This is why I will pass here an event, but also filterinam.all. And the same click we must attach for every single A. So here filterinam will be active, and for the last one it will be completed. And now we must create this change filter function inside our footer component. So here is change filter, and we know that we're getting event, which is an event, and we're getting a filter name. And this is our filterinam that we already prepared. And inside this function does not return anything, but first of all we want to call event prevent default, because this is a link, and secondly we want to change the filter. But we don't have such method inside our service, we must create it. This is why on the right I will open our service, which is to-do service, and here on the top I want to create a function which is change filter, and here we can get a filter name inside, which will be our filterinam, and it returns for us void, but inside we just want to update our filter signal. And in order to do that, we can use this filter signal.set, and we are setting here our filter name. And as you can see, we used here not update like here, but set. And what set does, it overrides completely the value of the signal. This is exactly what we want. Now here inside our change filter, we can directly call our service. And this is this to-do service.change filter, where inside we're providing our filter name. which actually means with this single line we're updating a filter inside our service, and it will update all our components which are listening for this change of the filter. But as you can see, we're clicking on the active button and nothing happens. Why is that? Because essentially this line changed the signal inside our service, but this line where we read our filter signal just did it once. And we can easily check that. I will paste the console log after our change filter. So this is after change filter. And here what I want to check is this todo service dot filter signal with round brackets. This is how we are reading the value from the signal. Let's have a look. I'm clicking on the active and we're getting after change filter active, which actually means we have a correct filter inside our signal, but the value of the filter here is wrong. And it is wrong because we read it only once and it is not a signal anymore. This is why here the correct way to do it is to write that this is a filter signal and here remove round brackets. In this case here it is still a signal from our service. And now we must jump back inside our HTML and in all places instead of filter we're writing filter signal with round brackets. And in this case it will work because it listens to the signal and not just from the value that we set once. Let's have a look. Now I'm clicking on the active and as you can see it updated correctly because the problem was not in our service but in our component which was not listening for the changes of our signal. As you can see our filters are there but we're missing on the left the count of our to-dos that we have. This is why here what I want to do inside our footer, I want to create one more computed property. And here we can name it active count, which will show how many active to-dos we have. And we can assign here computed and we want to provide inside a function and use a to-do signal to get the amount of active elements. This is why here we can return this to-do service and here we have our to-do signals with round brackets. So we're getting here a list of our to-dos and we want to filter them and get only active. So to-do must be not completed. And at the end we must use length because we want to know the total amount of our active items. So here now we can jump inside our HTML and before our filters we want to create a span with class toDoCount. And now inside this span we can create strong element and render inside a value active count with round brackets because this is a signal. As you can see we don't have any errors and here we're getting 0 on the screen. Now when we're adding several to-dos you can see that our counter is 3 now, which actually means our computed property is working correctly. The only thing that we're missing here on the footer is an additional class, but we must apply this class hidden, so we should not show footer if we don't have any items, which actually means here we want to create one more computed property. So here let's create a noToDos class, which is either true or false, and we're using here computed. And here we want to return a function where we're checking this to-do service, and here is our to-do signal, and we want to check that its length is 0. In this case we're getting noToDos class. And now here inside our HTML we can add it to hide the whole footer. So we need here ng class and we want to apply here a class which is called hidden, and here we're calling noToDos class signal. As you can see, no errors here. Now when we're reloading the page we don't see our footer at all because it is hidden. And the last thing that we're missing inside our footer is the text regarding how many items we have. Here we have a counter but no text, and text we also must prepare as a computed. So here we can create items left text, and here we're using our computed property, and inside we have a function where we're returning a string. And here we're writing item and then a variable. And here I want to use ternary operator to check if we need plural form or not. And we're checking here if our active count does not equal 1, which means it is bigger, then we're returning here s. In other case we're returning here an empty string. Then we have here a space and word left. So essentially here inside we will have a string either items or item left. Let's apply it inside our HTML. So here after our active count we just need to render a property items left text with round brackets. And as you can see in browser now, when we will create our to-do, we're getting one item left. If we have more than one item, then we're getting 2 items left, which actually means we successfully implemented our footer. The next thing that I want to implement is the single to-do. By now, we simply rendered inside our main HTML text inside visible to-dos. This is not enough because we want to implement editing and removing and the whole to-do, and it makes a lot of sense to create an additional component for it. This is why here I want to create a new folder which is called to-do, and inside we need 2 things. First of all, our component TS, and secondly, component HTML. Now here inside our main HTML, instead of to-do text, we want to call a component app to-dos to-do, and we simply close it here. And actually we can move this in G4 on this component because we don't need this additional div. Additionally to that, we want to provide inside the to-do that we're getting when we're looping through. Now here we can directly remove this text and this div, we don't need it anymore. So let's implement this to-do component. I want to jump back inside our to-do component TS, and here I want to register our component where we have our selector, which will be app to-dos to-do. And here we also need to provide a template URL that we just created. Also, obviously, we want standalone true, and here we want to export our class, which will be our to-do component. Now here we already know that inside we are passing a to-do. This is why here we can create an input and we can say that it is required. This is why required true. And here we're saying to-do with exclamation mark. It means that TypeScript won't tell us that this input is not provided, because we are sure with required that we always provide it. And we must say that this is a to-do interface, which we will use inside. Now let's write the markup, and inside our HTML, first of all we have here a li, and then inside we have a div with class view. Let's close this div, and inside we will have a label with our text of the to-do, and it will be in our case to-do.text. As you can see, we are getting an error that app to-dos to-do is not a known element. And it happens because we must register inside our main TS, inside our imports to-do component that we just created. Now we don't have any errors, let's jump in browser. Here I am adding a to-do, and now as you can see it is rendered much nicer because it is isolated inside a component and we added here some classes. The next thing that we need to implement is editing of this specific to-do. And in order to do that, we must store somewhere an editing ID, because we only can change a single to-do. This is why here I want inside main component store a variable with the editing ID. So here on the top, for example, we can create editing ID and it is either string or null, and by default it must be null, which actually means we're storing inside editing ID the ID of the to-do when we edit it. And additionally to that, we must create here a function setEditingID, because we want to call it from our HTML. So here inside we're getting editing ID and it is obviously a string or null. Why null? Because it might happen that we want to close the editing form without submitting, and then we need to provide a null inside. This is why here we must return void, and we simply want to update our property editing ID with the editing ID that we got. Now we can jump directly inside our HTML and provide inside every single to-do an editing ID. But we can do better, we can directly provide here is editing, and then every single element knows if we are editing this component or not. This is why here I am just comparing editing ID, this is our property inside this, with to-do ID inside the loop. In this case here we're providing inside the value is editing and not just editing ID. Additionally to that, we must call here setEditingID because we want to call it from the inside. This is why here setEditingID that we just created, and we will pass it from to-do component itself. So let's go back to our to-do component, and here we know that we are getting one more input and it is required. This is where required true, and we know that we have is editing, also with exclamation mark, and it is a boolean. Now we can use this property inside our HTML here on the li. We must create here ng class and we want to set here editing class. And actually if our property is editing is true, then we want to set this class. and obviously we must wrap it in double quotes. So here we rendered our view, it is always there, but additionally to that, in the editing mode, we want to render a specific block. This is why here I will write ng container, and let's close our ng container. And inside I will write ng if is editing, which actually means this block is there only when we are in the editing state. And what we want here is an input. And we need here an input with class edit. We are providing inside a value, and what is our value? This is our editing text, and we don't have it yet. Also here we need a keyup event, just like we did previously, and here we will have change text function, for example, also with event, and also the submit here is keyup with .enter, and it will be our change to do, for example. Which actually means here we are binding a value, we will create it in a second, we also have a keyup event and submitting to change the to-do. Now here on the right, let's open our to-do component, and here what we want to do is create editing text. And we can say that this is a string, and by default it is an empty string, because at this moment we didn't receive our inputs yet. This is why here we must write implements on init, and we must write the logic to set our inputs inside our ng on init. So here inside ng on init we can write this editing text equals this .todo.text. In this case here we are updating our editing text, and now we can change it inside our input without modifying the to-do itself. Now here we must also create change text, which must update this property. So we are getting here an event which is of type event, and again we want to get our value. In order to get a value, we are reading event.target as HTML input element. And we know that we have a property value on it. And after this we can simply assign this value property to our editing text. So this was our change text, and also we must create change to do, which will update it. And actually this is the submitting of our input, and we want two things. First of all, we want to close our editing state. We can do that with the output. Just to remind you, inside our main, inside HTML, we have set editing ID. This is exactly what we need here now. We need to register here our output, and we have here set editing ID function, and we know that this is an event emitter with either string or null. And here we are calling new event emitter with round brackets. And now here what it does, this is just an output, so we can tell main what we want to do with editing ID. And in this case here, inside our change to do, we want to call set editing ID with emit and provide inside null, which actually means we simply close it. Let's check if it's working. We have here an error cannot bind to ng class. Again, it happens because here we must import common module. As you can see, we don't have errors. Let's check in browser. Here I can add an input, but we can't really jump inside editing mode. We must implement a double click on this value, and then our editing mode will be activated. This is why here let's open an HTML of to do, and here we have our label. What we want to do on our label, we want a double click event, and we need to call something like set to do in edit mode. Let's jump back to our TS file and create this function. And what this function does, it simply emits the ID through set editing ID. So we're calling here emit, and we're providing inside this todo.id, which actually means we're saying, okay, inside main, we must store now the ID of this to do as editing ID. As you can see, we don't have errors. Let's add here a to do and double click on it. And as you can see, voila, we're getting here an input. How it happened? We made a double click, we set this property inside main. Now main gave us is editing property as true for this specific to do, and we rendered this input. And inside we got the value, which is there through our editing text. Now here we can change it and hit enter, and this value will be submitted. This is why we are not in editing mode anymore. Which actually means everything worked, but we didn't update this property at all inside our service, inside the array of signals. And in order to do that, we must create a new method inside our to-do service. So we need here something like change to do, and we're getting here an ID. This is a to-do that we want to update, and text, which will be new for our to-do. Here we're returning void, and we must update this to-do inside our signal. So here will be this to-do signal.update, and we're getting access to all our to-dos. Now here what we can do, we can map through every single to-do, and we're getting access to the to-do, and we can check that to-do ID must equal the ID that we provided. And if yes, that we want to update the whole to-do with new text, in other case we want just to return a to-do. Which actually means we're looping through all our to-dos and we're updating just a to-do where ID is like we provided inside our function. So now we can jump back inside our to-do component, and here when we have change to-do, before we emit null, we can call our service. This is by here, this dot to-do service, and as you can see, we didn't inject it here. This is by here on the top, I want to get to-do service by injecting our to-dos service. And now here on the bottom, we can call this to-dos service dot, and we are getting change to do. Inside, we must provide our this to-do ID and the new text, and this text is inside this dot editing text. Let's check if it's working. We don't have errors. Let's jump in browser and create a to-do. Now I will double click on it and update it with 111. I'm hitting enter, and as you can see, it was modified because we updated it inside the service. Our next step is to implement removing of our to-do, and in order to do that, we must jump inside the HTML of our to-do, and after our label we have a button. So here will be button with class destroy, and here we must apply a click event with, for example, remove to-do. And now let's just close this button. And just like previously, we don't have this method inside service yet. This is by here, let's first create an empty remove to-do method inside our to-do component, and now we must jump back inside our to-do service to implement deleting of the to-do inside our signal. So let's call it remove to-do, and we know in order to remove the to-do, we must know an ID, and it is a string. Now here we're returning void, and again we will use update. This is by this to-do signal.update. We're getting access to the to-dos that we have here, and we just want to filter them. So we're calling filter, we're getting access to every single to-do, and we're comparing to-do ID, and it should not equal the ID that we provided, which actually means we're storing all to-dos except of one with this specific ID. Now we can jump back inside our component and just call this function. This is by this to-do service, remove to-do, and we must provide an ID of the to-do inside. It is this to-do.id. Let's check if it's working. No errors here. Let's jump in browser and type something for our to-do. And now here on the right, we have on hover this cross. I can click on this cross, and as you can see directly, our to-do was removed. As you can see inside finished project, we have on the left also the check mark. And when we're clicking on here, our to-do is completed. We also must implement this logic. So in order to do that, I want to jump inside our to-do component HTML, and here before our label we can create an input with class toggle. And here the type will be checkbox. And here we have two things. First of all, we must provide checked inside, and it will be to-do is completed. As we have access to the whole to-do, we can directly set it on initialize. And after this, we also must create here a change event, and we can name it, for example, toggle to do. Let's close this input, and the only thing that we're missing is toggle to do function. And again, this toggle to do function must be implemented first inside our service, because we're modifying a to do inside the signal. And actually, in order to implement that, we can copy completely change to do, because we will do exactly the same stuff. We simply need to modify a value inside our to do. So here I want to name the function toggle to do, and we're providing just ID string inside, because we know we simply want to toggle our is completed. Here we're looping through all our to-dos with the map, and we're checking the to-do for this ID. And if it is this ID, what we want to do, we want to assign is completed as not is completed, and it will toggle this property. But actually it is to-do.isCompleted. Which actually means we're mapping through all our to-dos, we're checking every single to-do for this ID that we provided, and if it is this to-do, then we're overwriting is completed by toggling it. In other case, we simply return the same to-do. Now we can jump back inside our to-do component, and here we can create a function toggle to do, where we don't get anything. Now here we're returning void, and we can simply call inside to-do service dot, and here we have our toggle to-do, where inside we must provide an ID of our to-do. Let's check if it's working. No errors here. Let's jump to browser and add a to-do. As you can see on the left, we have now a toggler, and we can click on it. And as you can see, when I clicked, now it is green, and we're getting on the footer 0 items left, which means it is all completely correct and it was modified inside our signal. The main problem is that our item is not crossed out. It happens because we must apply one more class on our li, and it is a class completed. So we're applying it only when our to-do is completed. In this case, it should work just fine. Let's check this out. We're typing new to-do. I'm clicking here to complete a to-do, and now it is crossed out. But we have one more problem. When we're double-clicking on the item, we can't directly type something. We really need to focus on the field, and this is not a cool behavior. We can easily change that if we're getting access to this specific input. So we can write here hash text input, and we can just read this viewChild inside our component. So let's jump inside our TS file, and here on the top we can get access to this viewChild, where inside we're providing text input that we just attached. And this is a text input. By default it is undefined, and we're getting access to our element reference. Now here what we want to do, we want to listen for ng on changes. This is why here on changes, and here we must create ng on changes, and we want to check if our changes and property is editing dot current value, which means is editing is true, then we want to make a focus, and we must wrap it with set timeout to wait for the rendered element. And this is just a set timeout with 0, so no delay here, and we're calling this text input. We know that it might be undefined. This is question mark dot native element dot focus, which actually means every single time when we're changing is editing to true, we're coming here and we're focusing on this native element with plain JavaScript. Let's check if it's working. So here we're creating new to-do, I'm activating editing, and as you can see I can type directly because we were focused on this specific input. And the last feature that we're missing is toggle all. As you can see here inside headline on the top, we have this icon, and when we're clicking on it, we're toggling all elements that we have. And essentially this icon is not inside header, it is positioned absolute from the main. This is why we must jump back inside our main, and here we must create it. So inside our section before UL, we're creating an input with ID toggle all, and also a class toggle all, and type is checkbox. And also again we're providing inside checked, where we must calculate it. This is why here I want to create something like is all to-dos selected. And again with round brackets because it must be a signal. And also we must create here a change event when we're clicking on it, and let's name it toggle all to-dos. And inside we're providing an event. And after our input we want to create a label with text for, and here will be toggle all as our ID element. Because essentially our input won't be visible, we will see just label, and we will click on the label. And inside I will write mark all as completed. So now we must create this computed property and this change event. Let's jump inside our TS file and create first of all computed property. So we want here is all to do selected computed property. We're using here a computed function, and we're providing a function inside. So we want to check here this to-do service, and we want to access all our to-dos, so to-do signal with round brackets. And we're calling here every because we want to know that every single to-do here is completed, so to-do is completed. Which actually means this signal will return for us a boolean, and it will be true when all our to-dos are completed. And additionally here we must create a function toggle all to-dos, where we're getting inside an event of type event. Back we're getting our void, and inside we just want to read a target. This is why here to read a target we must convert event target as HTML input element. Now here we must call a service method toggle all, and we didn't implement it yet. This is why let's jump back to our to-do service, and here on the bottom we can implement a function toggle all. And inside we're providing is completed, which is either true or false, which means it is boolean. Back we're returning void, and what we want to do is simply update every single element, which means we can simply copy-paste this update with map. This is totally fine. And we want to update every single to-do here with inverted is completed. So we don't need this check. We simply return a merge to-do with this completed property where we're assigning this is completed, which actually means we're simply updating every single element inside our array. Now let's jump back inside our main component TS and call here this service. It will be this dot to-do service dot, and here we have a function now toggle all, where inside we must provide is completed. And what is completed in our case, it is started.checked, because this is a checkbox. Let's check if it's working. We don't have any errors. Let's jump here. As you can see, we already have this icon. I can type something here to add several to-dos, and I want to click on it. And as you can see, all our to-dos were toggled directly. Now we're clicking again, and they are all active again. The only thing that we're missing is no to-dos class, just like we had inside our footer. But if this code is too difficult for you and you think that you are missing some core knowledge about Angular, make sure to check my Angular interview course, where I cover all knowledge that you need about Angular. And you can find the link to it under the video. This is where here we can jump inside footer and simply copy-paste it. I want to take this no-to-dos class and create it here inside main. And essentially, as you can see, this is the same code in two different components. We could move it to our service. So now I want to jump inside our main component HTML, and here we have class main, but we also want ng class here to apply one more class, and it will be hidden, where we will call no-to-dos class with round brackets, which actually means we're hiding our main part if we don't have any to-dos. Let's check this out. We don't see anything except of the input. We're typing something, and now we see our main part. We can click here and toggle one to-do, and now we're clicking on completed filter, and as you can see, it highlights only completed items. Now we're clicking on the active, and we see just active items, which actually means we successfully implemented this to-do list with signals. And in order to implement this calendar, we still will use a library, but not that will give us a UI. It doesn't make any sense to use default JavaScript dates because it is not comfortable to work with them. I highly recommend you to look on the library, which is called Luxon, and it simplifies working with dates a lot. As you can see, here is an example. We can write date time now, set zone, America, New York, -1 week, end of day 2 ISO. So even if you don't know how Luxon is working, you can understand what we're doing here quite easily. First of all, we're trying to get time now, then we're adding a zone to this time. Now we want to change the day to -1 week, then we want to get end of day and convert it to a string. This is how easy Luxon is. This is why we will heavily use it in this video. As I already generated an empty Angular application, we must write npm install Luxon to add it to our application. But it is not enough, we also want a TypeScript support for the Luxon. This is why let's write here npm install types Luxon -d, so only for dev development. Now let's look on our code. As you can see, app component is completely empty, but I imported here our future calendar component from the calendar folder. Inside my HTML, I simply render calendar component, nothing else. Let's look on calendar component. Yes, this is a completely empty component without any logic. Inside HTML, we don't have anything, but inside CSS, I prepared lots of styling that we will use for our project. And as always, you can download the source code of this course, which includes this CSS file, in the description box below. Now we're ready to start implementing our project. And first of all, I want to prepare several states for our application. And I will heavily use here signals because it is much easier to write code with them. First of all, what we need here is a reference to today. This is why here let's create a today, which will be a signal of date time. And here I want to assign a signal with datetime.local. So what is this? Datetime is coming from Luxon, as you can see here. And by calling local, we're getting the current date. As you can see on the official Luxon website, we can write luxon.datetimelocal. We're getting the object with lots of properties, and if you want to check how it looks like, we can just write toString. So this is the object that we created, and now we're storing it inside our signal. The next thing that we need is the first day of the month. Why that? Because essentially we want to render on the screen the whole month, and it will be much simpler if we know the first day of the month. So let's create here first day of active month variable, and here we want to not create a signal but a writable signal. Why that? Because we want to update this variable later. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just wanted to let you know that only 20% of the people who watch my videos are subscribed to the channel. If you really want to continue getting videos and support my channel, consider subscribing. It helps a lot. Now let's jump back into the video. So let's create here a writable signal of date time again. And here we're assigning our signal. And we can use here this dot today with round brackets because this is a signal dot. And as you can see, we have lots of properties from Luxon to read. But what we want to use here is start of month. So what it does, it will return for us start of month from today. And we can easily test it in the official website. I can write here start of and then provide inside month. And we're getting the start of April. Another thing that we can get from Luxon is all names of the days of the week. So here we can write luxon.info.weekdays with round brackets, and as you can see we are getting a nice array with labels for every single day. But we don't need them like this, we want short, because this is how we're rendering them in the calendar. This is why here I can copy this line and create one more signal, weekdays. And it will be a signal not writable because we never change it, and this is an array of strings. And here I want to assign a signal by calling info weekdays short. We already created several variables, but now we need to do some really heavy lifting. We must create an array of dates of this current month. And Luxon can do it really easy because we can create an interval between 2 days. This is why here let's create days of month, and this is a signal because we don't update it with date time array, and this is actually a computed because we are computing it based on first day of active month. This is why inside we are providing a function, and here we want to return an interval, and interval is coming from Luxon, and we have here from date times. So from date times accepts 2 dates and it returns an interval in between. This is why here we can use this first day of the month with round brackets dot start of week, and here this dot first day of the month with round brackets end of month and end of week. And it is important because we are not rendering our month strictly from the first day, we are rendering from the beginning of the week. So we also want to get dates from the previous month and next month. This is why here we used start of week and also end of week. And this returns for us an interval. But interval is not what we want. This is why we want to split it by a day. Then we are getting an array of dates. So here I want to say that we are splitting it by 1 day. And after this we want to map it. Here I just want to return d.start. But as you can see, it does not work because it might be that we are getting null. This is why inside our map we need to check that we have d.start and it does not equal null. So if it equals null, we want to throw here an error, wrong dates. As you can see now we don't have a TypeScript error, and this must be for us an array of dates. Let's check if it's working. I want to create here a constructor and simply console log this dot days of month with round brackets. As you can see in browser, we're getting an array of date time, which is the Luxon date, and we're getting every single date inside. This is exactly what we wanted, because this is the most comfortable way for us to work with it. Now we're ready to write our markup. Let's jump to our HTML and start typing. So first of all, we have a class calendar container, and inside we have a div with class calendar. First of all, we have a div with class calendar headline, and on the left we have a div with class calendar headline month, And here we want to render our month that is currently opened. And we can do that by using first day of active month, because we have all the information inside. So we are calling first day of active month, and this is a datetime dot, and here we have month short. After this we can put comma and also render first day of month without brackets dot year. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered April 2024. After this we want to render our controls, so here div class, calendar headline, controls, and inside we will have 3 divs. So each of them will have calendar headline control. The first one will have an arrow to the left, then we will have a word today, and an arrow to the right. Additionally to that, here on today we will have a class calendar headline control today. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered today and 2 errors. After our headline, we want to render the grid with our weekdays. This is why here div with class calendar weeks grid. And that this is an array of strings, we can simply use here a for loop and render a weekday of weekdays. Track by index is totally fine, and inside we can have a div with class calendar weeks grid dash cell. And inside we want to render our property weekday. As you can see, it is red because I forgot to put round brackets here, and we must do that because it's a signal. As you can see in browser, we successfully rendered our strings from Monday to Sunday. After our week grid, we want to render our calendar grid that we prepared. So here let's use calendar grid, and inside we also need a for loop for days of month. So here will be day of month, and here is our array with days of month. And inside we want to render a div with the content day of month dot day. And actually this is really nice because datetime inside Luxon has a reference to the day in the month. As you can see in browser, it was rendered, but styling is not there yet. As we need a lot of dynamic styling, I want to apply here not a class but ng class. And first of all, here we will have calendar grid cell, and it will be always true. As you can see in browser, now it looks much better. Now after our calendar, we can create one more div with class schedule. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just want to let you know that I have a membership here on the channel that you can join to support me. It will give you access to the new videos earlier, emojis, and priority replies to your comments. Now let's jump back into the video. But in order to render some meetings inside the schedule, we must provide them from the outside. This is why here I want to jump inside our app component yes and create here several meetings. So let's create here a variable meetings, which will be an object, and every single key will be a date. So here let's create 2024 April 5th. And here will be an array with our meetings. For example, drink coffee, learn React, sleep. Now let's copy paste this date and change learn React to learn Angular. So now we created our meetings, let's provide them inside our component calendar. But obviously it is red, we must prepare to get an input inside our component. So let's jump back inside our calendar, and in order to implement an input, I want to use a required input as a signal. This is why here let's create our meetings, and it will be an input signal, but we did not create a type for it. And as you can see here inside calendar, I have a file meetings interface.ts, but it is empty. So now it is time to create here an interface. Let's name it meetings, and we know that this is an object where keys are strings, so key string, and our value is an array of strings. Now we can jump back to our calendar, and inside our input signal, we can say that we are getting our meetings. Now we want to assign here an input dot required, because our component can't really work without these meetings. And if you are curious what this code does, it creates an input as a signal inside our component, and this is a feature of Angular 17. But actually we can't render meetings here on the right without having an active day, because when we didn't select a day, then we can't render here meetings, which essentially means we must have a state for an active day, and then when we click, we are showing the list of meetings for this specific day. This is why here I want to create an active day, and it must be a writable signal because we want to update it. and it must be either datetime or null, and by default it will be null. So here we can write signal null. So by default we don't have an active day, but later we can change it, and then we must render meetings related to this active day. So let's implement exactly this functionality inside our schedule. So first of all, here we have a div with class schedule headline, and inside we need an if condition, and we're checking do we have an active day. Now inside if condition I want to write a div and render active day with round brackets dot to locale string, and inside I'm providing date medium. And actually this date medium is coming from Luxon as well as to locale string. And in order to get this date medium inside our template, we must create here date medium and assign datetime.date medium. Now we have this variable inside our HTML and I'm providing it here. But as you can see, here is the problem. My editor put here a question mark because active day must be undefined. But it doesn't really make sense because we're writing this code inside an if condition. In order to fix that, inside our if we can write as active day. And then this will be a local property and we can write the code like this. We know that active day is there for sure, and now we're calling toLocaleString. And what toLocaleString does, it simply renders the date in a string format. But in order to test that, we must implement a click event on our calendar cell. This is why here on our div, I want to create a click event, and we want here to call activeDay.set and provide inside day of month, which actually means with this single line we're updating our signal active day, and then this information will be re-rendered. Let's check if it's working. I'm clicking on 5th and we rendered here on the right 5th of April 2024. And this is exactly this active day to locale string date medium. So we rendered an if condition, now we need to apply here else. And here we just need a div with please select a day. As you can see now we're getting by default please select a day. Now we're selecting something and here we see our date. So headline is ready, now we need to render some content. But in order to render a list of meetings, we need some more logic. This is why I want to jump back inside our TS file and create here active day meetings, which will be a signal of array of strings. And it will be computed because it will be based on the existing signal. So first of all here I want to get an active day by calling this active day. Now we can check if we don't have an active day, so it equals null, then we're returning an empty array. If it is not null, we need to check if we have such meetings. Just to remind you, inside our app component TS, this is the format. So we want to use this format in order to make a comparison. This is why here, first of all, I want to get an active day ISO by calling activeDay.toISODate. And this is exactly that format that you just saw. Now here we can just call this .meetings, this is our array of meetings, with round brackets, and we're trying to get here an active day ISO. In other case, it will be an empty array. So we basically just treat an array of strings by some value in the meetings. But it is read because active day ISO can be undefined, so we must write here an additional if condition. So if we don't have active day ISO, then we want to return here an empty array. Now it is green and our TypeScript does not scream at us. Now we have our active day meetings, which is a signal of array of strings, and we can render them in our HTML. So inside the div I want to check with if condition that I have an active day and I also have an active day meetings. But if the length of them is 0, then I want to render inside a div that we don't have any meetings. So for example, no planned meetings today. Now I can copy paste this code and change it because we need to check if we have an active day and we have meetings, so length is bigger than 0. Then instead we want to have here a for loop. So here we're rendering a meeting of our meetings, and it is our active day meetings. Then we just render every single meeting which is a string. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. Here we see please select a day. We're selecting the day without meetings. We're getting no planned meetings today. We're selecting the day with meetings, and we're rendering the list of our meetings here on the right. One more feature that we're missing is highlighting of our active date. This is why here we must go to our HTML and scroll to our calendar grid cell. Here we have just a single class, calendar grid cell. We need one more. First of all, calendar grid cell active. And here we want to apply the logic when this specific cell is active. So we need to compare two strings, and we can do that by active day with round brackets, and it can be null. So question mark to ISO date. And now it is a string, and we're comparing it with our day of month dot to ISO date with round brackets, which actually means we're applying this class if both dates are the same. Let's have a look. I'm clicking on the 5th, and now 5th is being highlighted because this is our active day. Another problem is that we're not graying out dates from the previous and next month. We can easily do that also here by applying a class calendar grid cell inactive, and here we can check that our day of month dot month does not equal first day of month dot month, which essentially means it does not belong to the current month. Let's have a look. Now these all days are grayed out. And the last feature that we're missing is go to today, go to previous, go to next. And before we will apply click events to the controls, let's create these three functions. So first of all here, let's create go to previous month. And the only thing that this function must do, it simply must update the first day of the month. So here we can write this dot first day of the month dot set, and we're setting inside first day of the month dot minus, and here we want to make -1 month. Now we can copy paste this code and do exactly the same to go to next. And actually this is a typo in the word month. So here we also do a set, but instead of minus we're doing plus. And the last one here is go to today. So let's copy paste it and change to go to today. And we're setting inside first day of the month, instead of all this code, this dot today with round brackets dot start of month. So we successfully implemented these three functions. Now we must bind them to our controls. So first of all is click on our previous. Here will be go to previous month. Then we have today. Let's apply here a click, go to today with round brackets. And the last one here is a click, go to next. Let's check if it's working. I'm jumping to the browser, I'm clicking previous, now we see March. I'm jumping next, we see April again. And when I'm changing the month to another and clicking today, I am in our current month. So this is how you can implement an interactive calendar inside Angular without additional libraries. And first of all, let's look on the project that I prepared for us. As you can see, we have an Angular generated project. Inside app component HTML, I don't have anything, just word app. And inside TypeScript file, it is also empty. But here inside app routes, you can see that I already prepared several routes. We have dashboard, products, settings, and pages. These are 4 components that I already created here, but they are almost empty. They just have h2 tag dashboard, and then just an empty component, and exactly the same stuff in each of them, because we want to use them as links inside our navigation. And obviously, as always, you don't need to retype all code that you see on the screen or the initial project. You can take it from the description box below under the video. So first of all, let's think about our structure. What I want to create are 2 additional components. First of all, the main component will be here on the right, and inside we will render each route when we're jumping to another page. And on the left, we need to render left sidebar with animation and all links. Let's create here a new folder and name it left sidebar. And inside we need 3 files. First of all, left sidebar.component.html, then left sidebar.component.ts, and left sidebar.component.css. Now inside HTML, let's just write left sidebar. And inside TS we can copy any TypeScript file from another component because it is super similar. Our selector here will be app left sidebar. The template URL is left sidebar component HTML, and our styling is left sidebar component CSS. And our component should be renamed to left sidebar component. Now we can render this component inside our app component. In order to do that, we must import it first. This is why here left sidebar component goes inside our imports, and now here on the screen we can render our app left sidebar component that we just created. As you can see in browser, our left sidebar component was rendered on the screen. Now we must create an additional component for our main part. This is why here let's create a new folder, main, and inside we have exactly the same files, main.component.html, main.component.css, and main.component.ts. Now inside HTML I will just write main, and I want to copy paste the content from left sidebar to our main. And let's name it app main, and in the template URL we will have main component HTML, and here will be our main component CSS. And the component is main component. Now we need to render it inside our app component, so first of all let's register it inside our imports. It will be a main component, and inside HTML we can render app main that we just created. As you can see in browser, we are getting left sidebar and main, which means both components are rendered correctly. And as always, my Angular videos are not about styling. This is why I want to paste already prepared styling inside our left sidebar component CSS, and you can take it from the description if you want. The main idea is that we have a side nav and lots of different additional classes like side nav logo container, button close, nav item, and so on. Now let's write our markup. We will have here div with class side nav, and inside we will have div with class logo container, and here will be a button with class logo and an icon inside, and icon will be with class fal and fa bars. Let's have a look in browser. As you can see, our sidebar is there and we see an icon on the top. And you might ask, okay, how we're getting this icon? And in order to understand it, we must look inside our index.html here. As you can see, I added font awesome styling to the head. This is why we can use any icons from font awesome. Now let's continue writing our markup. After a button, we will have a div with class logo text, and here inside will be a name of our project, in our case app. And we also need a button with class button close, which we will use to close our sidebar. And inside we need again an icon with fal and fa times, and also a close icon class. As you can see, now we are getting the name of our project and a cross on the right. After this, we must render all links to different routes that we have, but in order to do that, we need an array so we can render them in loop. This is why inside left sidebar component, I want to create an items array. And inside we have objects with information about every item. First of all, here we need a route link. It will be, for example, dashboard. This is where the link is going. Then our icon, fal and fa home, and then a label, and our label here will be dashboard. Now I want to copy paste it 3 more times and just update. Here router link will be products, and the icon will be fal and fa box open, and our label is products. The next one is pages. Our icon is fa file, and the label is pages. And the last one here is settings, with icon fa cog, and the label is settings. So our array of items is ready. Now we can render them inside our markup. So after our logo container, we can create one more div with class sidebar nav. And inside we want to loop through our items. This is why let's use a for loop here. And it is item of items track by index. This is totally fine. And inside we want to render li with class side nav nav item. And inside every single li we have a link. This is why a with class side nav nav link. And here must be a router link. And this router link is coming as a variable from item.routerLink. But as you can see, routerLink is red here because we must import a route module inside our imports. Let's add here a router module inside our left sidebar, and now as you can see, it is not red anymore. And after we added our router link, we also want to use router link active and pass an active class inside. In this case, when the link is active, it will be highlighted. And also we need router link active options with exact true. This is needed for our home page where slash can be on any URL, and this exact true is important, so it will be active only for the home page. And inside our A, we want to render an icon. Here will be a class sideNav link icon. And additionally, we want to provide classes from the icon of the item. So we can write here a class, and here will be item.icon. This is what we specified inside our array. And after this, we have a span with class sideNav link text. And inside we need to render item.label. This is the name of our link. Let's have a look in browser. As you can see in browser, our styling is not looking good because I made some errors in the classes. First of all, here should be not a class sidebar, but sideNav. Let's check again. Now it is looking much better. We have 4 links, dashboard, products, pages and settings, and they are even working. We can jump between them and our route was changed. Our basic sidebar is ready. Now we must jump inside main and tune it. And I will start by pasting all styles for our main. It is not a lot. We have just 3 classes for our main component. Now let's jump to HTML. Our HTML is also small. Here we want a div with class body, and inside we want to render router outlet. But as you can see, router outlet is red, it is not a known element. This is why inside main we must inject in import a router outlet. Let's check again. Now it is not red anymore. So let's check it in browser. As you can see in browser, we don't see a content of our main page because here additionally to our class body, we need to add a class body trimmed. Essentially later we want to make it dynamic because it is only for bigger screens. And as you can see now in browser, our h2 tag is being rendered on the right. We can jump between our different pages and we see our main being re-rendered because it has an outlet for each route inside. Now it is the most interesting part. We want to write some business logic in Angular. What we want to do are 2 things. First of all, we can close our sidebar completely, and secondly, we can toggle it between full mode and toggle state. Which essentially means what I want to do inside my app component, I want to store a variable which will know if our sidebar is collapsed or not. And here I don't just want a local variable, I want a signal, because it is much easier to provide inside signals, work with signals and so on. This is why inside our app component I want to create is left sidebar collapsed, and it should be a signal of boolean. And the initial value is false because it is not collapsed. Now we want to provide this value inside left sidebar, so our left sidebar knows in which state it must be rendered. This is why inside our TS file we can create an input is left sidebar collapsed, and it will be an input. It is required and the type of it is boolean, which essentially means we must provide inside left sidebar this variable. So let's jump back inside our app component HTML. Now our app left sidebar is red because we're missing here a variable is left sidebar collapsed. And we can read it from our signal that we just created. So now our left sidebar knows about this variable, but we're not using it inside the markup. What I want to do now on our side nav is to add a class. This is why here I will use ng class and provide inside logic. We have a variable is left sidebar collapsed. It's a signal, so I put here round brackets. Then I want to attach a class sideNav collapsed. In another case, it will be an empty string. But as you can see here, it is red because ng class is not known inside left sidebar. We must jump inside TS and inject here common module. As you can see now, we don't have an error, and we will add class sidebar collapsed when this variable isn't true. As you can see on the screen, it doesn't really change anything because this variable isn't false. We can jump here inside app component yes and just directly change it to true just to test. As you can see now, our sidebar is collapsed, but our code is broken. Because here in the collapsed mode, we just need to show icons and not labels. So let's jump back inside our left sidebar component HTML, and here we should not render our labels. I want to write here an if condition, and we're checking if our left sidebar is not collapsed, then we want to render our span. Let's check again in browser. As you can see now, icons are looking great and we don't have these labels. But now this button on the top must change the state of our collapsed sidebar. This is why here on our logo class I want to add a click event, and let's name it toggle collapse. Now inside our left sidebar we must create a new function toggle collapse, which will be void, and we must notify our parent that we want to change the state, which actually means here we need to create an output, and let's name it change is left sidebar collapsed, and it will be an output of boolean. And now we can call our output here inside toggle collapse. So it will be this change emit, and inside we want to provide our value with negation. So this is left sidebar collapsed, so we just toggle this value. And additionally, I want to jump back in app component and change our initial value back to false. But it is not all, we also must attach an output to our app left sidebar. This is why here let's get our change is left sidebar collapsed and just create a function change is left sidebar collapsed and provide inside our event. Now inside app component, let's create this function, and we know that we are getting here is left sidebar collapsed, which is boolean. This function will return void, and we simply want to update our state. This is why this is left sidebar collapsed set, and we want to set a value is left sidebar collapsed. With that, we successfully updated our signal, and the whole application will be in sync. Now, as you can see in browser, our sidebar is not collapsed by default, but then I'm clicking on our bars and it is collapsed. I'm clicking again and now it is full again. The next thing that we need to implement is closing our sidebar. So let's jump back in left sidebar, and here is our button close. So here I want a click event and the function close side nav. Let's create this function inside left sidebar. Now inside close nav we want to use exactly the same output, but instead of toggle we can simply provide true, which actually means it will set is left sidebar collapsed to true. Let's check this out. I'm clicking on our cross and our sidebar is collapsed. But as you can see, here is the problem. We can still see our cross and an app, which should not happen. This is why let's jump back inside left sidebar HTML, and we need here an if condition. So what we need to do, we need to render these two elements only if sidebar collapsed isn't false. So let's just put them inside. It is a div and a button, and now it should be fine. Let's check again. These elements are visible. I'm clicking on cross and they are not visible anymore. They are hidden. The next feature that we need to implement is when we resize our browser and make it smaller, it should just hide our sidebar, so minify it when we're on smaller device. How can we do that? Inside our app component, I want to create a host listener, and we want to listen for the event window:resize. And now here we can create a function on resize. We don't really need any parameters, but here I want to store the width of our screen in a variable. This is why here on the top I want to create a screen width, and let's just make it a variable and not a signal. So we can read here by default window.innerWidth, and then on resize we also need to update it. So it will be this screen width equals window.innerWidth. So here inside our app component, let's store a screen width, and let's also do it as a signal. So it will be a signal of a number, and the default value will be our window.innerWidth. But additionally, we want to update the signal on resize. So here we can set this screen width set with new value, and it will be window.innerWidth. So every single time when we're resizing our screen, we will update this variable. And additionally here we want to write some logic if our screen width, so this screen width with round brackets, is smaller than 768, then we want to close our left sidebar. This is why here this is left sidebar collapsed set true, which actually means we forcefully set it to true when we resize our screen. Let's try this out. Our sidebar is opened. Now I'm making my screen smaller and it is collapsed automatically on resize event. But here is a problem. Our main section is not updated when we're collapsing it. Because essentially we want to move this content to the left, we don't need such a huge margin now. This is why what I want to do inside main, I want to create two inputs. So first of all, it will be again is left sidebar collapsed. It is an input which will be required, and it is a boolean input. And additionally, we want a screen width because we need some logic regarding it. So again, it will be an input required, and it will be a number. Now we must provide both of them inside our app component HTML. So here, first of all, is left sidebar collapsed is our signal. And we also have here our screen width, which is also another signal. Now inside my main, I want to write some logic and not just always apply here body trimmed. So for now, I just want our body and I want to write this logic in the component. And here I want to calculate a variable screen class, which actually means I will apply a different class based on different conditions. And here we can use computed, again it is a part of signals, and we want some calculations here. So first of all we need our variable is left sidebar collapsed, and in order to do that we can read a value from our signal. Now here we can check if our is left sidebar is collapsed, then we want just to return an empty string, because we don't need additionally any classes. But after this we need to check our screen width. If our screen width is bigger than 768, then we want to apply a class body trimmed. In other case, we're applying a class body MD screen, which essentially means when our sidebar is closed, we don't really care, we don't do anything. But if it is not closed, then on the bigger resolution, we're applying class body trimmed, in other case, body MD screen. And now we can jump inside our HTML and apply here our class with class attribute. Here we can simply call size class, which is a signal. But as you can see, for some reason the name is red. Let's check this out. Yes, I did here the wrong name. It's not screen class, it's a size class. And as you can see here, it's a signal of either body trimmed or body MD screen. And additionally here inside HTML I made a typo. It should be not class but ng class. And as you can see, ng class is not a known element, so we must import here our common module in the component. Let's check if it's working. Here we see our settings on the right, but when we're closing our sidebar, now it is on the left side. This happens exactly because of our computed signal. We're checking here resolution for a different position. And additionally here, when we will make our container smaller, then it will automatically be adjusted. And there is just one small bug left that we must fix. When we make our screen small and reload the page, our sidebar is not small anymore, because we don't have such logic. I want to jump inside app component TS, and here we have on resize and on initialize our is left sidebar collapsed is always false. Here I want to write implements on init, and we need to add here on init function. And inside it we can simply check that is left sidebar collapsed must be set depending on our screen width. So here will be this dot screen width should be smaller than 768. In this case it will be false. But if this code is too difficult for you and you think that you are missing some core knowledge about Angular, make sure to check my Angular interview course where I cover all knowledge that you need about Angular. And you can find the link to it under the video. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and our sidebar is always collapsed when we reload the page on this size. So now you know how to implement left sidebar without any additional libraries in Angular. And if you just want to use a library and you don't want to implement anything, I can highly recommend you a library NGB Bootstrap that I used a lot, or you can also use Angular Material. Here you already get a component alert, which is closable with different configuration, but here we want to create our own alert, so we're in a full control how it is working inside. So what is the idea? First of all, we have in different places of our applications some logic to show our alert. And our alert is always in the same place on the top of the page, which actually means we must render it in app component and not in every single component. But then we need something shareable which can call this alert and show it. And after some time, this alert must disappear, which actually means we need two different things. First of all, alert component, which will be just rendered, and secondly, a service which will manage this alert. And in order to do that, I want to create inside source app a new folder and call it alert. And here inside, let's create an alert component, which I will make a standalone component. So here, alert component TS and alert component HTML. And we also need some styling, so alert component CSS. So first of all, let's render at least a word alert so we can see that our component is working. And inside TS, we must create a new component decorator, and here we want to provide a selector alert, then a template URL that we just created, it is alert component HTML, and also style URLs. And here we will have an array with alert component CSS. And here we can export our new class, which is alert component. But it is not all, as we want to use it as a standalone component, we must say here standalone true. And in this case, we can use it without a module. Our next step will be to render it inside our app component on the top. This is why here I can render alert component, and in order to access it, we must inject this component inside our app component. This is why I am jumping inside app component TS. As you can see, it is also standalone, and here we must import our alert. In other case, our app component does not know what is alert and how to render it. As you can see here, now we don't have any errors, and inside our browser we can see here alert word, which actually means our component is rendered successfully. Now inside alert component I want to create several types. Why that? Because essentially first of all we have some types of our alert like success, danger or warning, and secondly we want some interface for the alert. This is why here first of all I want to create alert type .enum.ts, and here will be our enum. And here we want to store all possible values of our alert type. This is why inside alert type enum we can create success, and it will be our string success, then info, it will be just a string info, warning, it is a warning string, and danger, which will be a danger string. So our enum for alert type is ready. Now we must create our alert interface TS. And here we can export our interface, which will be alert interface. And here we have two things. First of all, we have a type, which is exactly our alert type enum. And secondly, we have some text that we want to display. It will be a string. Now let's try to render some alert. I want to jump back inside our alert component, and here I want to define an alert. And the type will be alert interface, and here it must be an object with two properties. First of all, here we must provide a type, for example, alert type enum dot danger, and secondly some text, for example, this is a test alert. And now it is already enough to write our markup. This is why let's jump inside alert component HTML, and here we can render just a div with text from our alert. First of all, we want to render this alert only if we have an alert. If it is empty, then we don't need to render it. And here inside I want to render alert.text, and additionally I want to apply some styles. This is why here I want to use ng class and provide inside two classes as an array. First of all, alert class, it will be always there, but secondly a class of our alert type. This is why here I will write alert.type, and this is a variable, and just to remind you, it is either warning, danger, success or info, which actually means now we must create styles for every single alert type. Let's jump inside CSS and create it. So first of all, let's write some styles for our alert. We need here padding 16 pixels, then border radius 6 pixels, font size 16 pixels, and font weight 400. Now we want to create class for every single case. This is why here I will paste these classes. As you can see, I have here success, info, warning, and danger. And just to remind you, you can take the source code from the description, so you should not retype all these colors and backgrounds. So our styles are there, let's check if it's working. We're getting here an error cannot bind to ng class since it is not a known property of the div. And it happens because inside our alert component we didn't provide a required common module. This is why here inside imports we must add common module. Now we don't have an error, let's look in browser. Voila, here is our test alert, which is a danger, this is why it is red, with red color, with text that we provided. But we don't really want to render alert just like this, we want to control it through service. This is why we must create here a service and use it from the outside. And inside our alert component I want to create services, and inside we want alert service.ts. And here I want to register our service with injectable decorator and provide it inside root. Now here let's export our class, which will be our alert service. So what we need here, we need some notifier where we can set alert and then subscribe to it. And actually subject from RxJS really fits this bill. This is why here I want to create a private property alert with $, and here I want to assign new subject. And what we must provide inside our subject is alert interface, which actually means inside our subject to make changes we must provide alert interface with type and text. And now here we can create two functions. First of all, set alert, and here we must provide also an alert of type alert interface, which returns void, and here we want to update our alert stream. This is why this alert $.next, and we are providing inside our alert. So we are calling from the outside this function set alert, and it will update our subject. And when this subject is updated, we want to notify all our subscribers. This is why here I want to create get alert, which will return an observable of alert interface. And now here I can return our alert with $, as observable. And actually this is a really nice way, because in this case our subject stays private and we have a public API like setAlert and getAlert. This is why now we can jump inside our app component TS and here use this service. So inside constructor we want to use this alert service and we want to inject here our alert service. Now here we can create an additional method showAlert, which we will call from HTML. And here we want to provide a type which will be our alert type enum. And now what I want to do inside, I want to call our alert service with method setAlert. And inside we want to provide first of all a type that we just wrote and then some random text. For example, this is our test alert. So this is exactly how we will use our service from any place where we need to show our alert. Now we just need to implement a click event for show alert. This is why inside our app component we can add for the button a click event. And here we will call showAlert, but I want to provide a type inside, and we don't have here types. This is why we can save in local property alert types our alert type enum. And now it is available in HTML, so we can write here alert types dot danger. And in the same way here, but alert types dot success. As you can see, we don't get any errors. Let's open a browser. So here we can click on show success, for example, but nothing is changed. And yes, everything is working, but we didn't change our alert component. So we must jump back inside our alert component, and here we just have our alert, which is wrong. We essentially want to remove this object completely and just say that by default this alert is undefined, but it can be provided from the outside. Now here we need to write implements on init because we want to subscribe for our service. This is why here we must also inject our alert service where we are getting our alert service. And now here we can create ng on init, and inside it we can get our subscription from alert service for the alert. And here we have subscribe and we can get an alert from our service. And in our case, it is always filled with alert interface. This is why we can just set it inside our alert. So with this code, we're updating local alert property every single time when somebody is calling setAlert. Let's check this out. Inside browser, we don't see anything. We're clicking show danger, and here we see red alert. We're clicking show success, and we see our green alert. And the last thing that we need to implement is to remove our alert after some time. And we can easily do it here with the help of setTimeout. So first of all, here we need to save timeout ID in the property. And by default it is undefined, but it will be number when we will set it. Now here I want to create an additional function resetTimer, and it will return void. So here what we want to do is assign inside this timeout ID our window setTimeout, and inside we have a function. And we want to close our alert after 3 seconds. This is why here I will write 3 seconds. And what we want to do here, we want to set our alert back to undefined. So this code after 3 seconds will set alert back to undefined. Now we can just call it after setting our alert. So this reset timer. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, I'm clicking on the danger, and after 3 seconds it will disappear. Everything is working, but we have a bug. If I will click on show success a lot of times, our alert will still disappear. Why it happens? Because we need to restart our timer every single time when we are making change. This is why here what we need to do inside reset timer is check, do we have this .timeout ID? And if we have it, we need to reset it. This is by window, clear timeout, and inside we are providing our ID, which is this timeout ID. In this case, we are restarting this set timeout every single time. Let's check this out. I am clicking show success, and it will never disappear, because every single click restarts our alert. And in order to understand it better, I prepared for us a small project. As you can see here, we have a login URL. This is /login with the form, email and password. I can click here sign in, and we simply get a console log login. And we have exactly the same for register. And this is a /register route, and here we're getting username, email, password, and we can click sign up, and we're getting console log register. Additionally, we have a button logout. When we're clicking on it, we're getting console log logout. Let's look on the code now. First of all, inside our app component, we have just 2 links to /login and /register, and here is our span with click logout. As you can see inside our app component, there is almost nothing. We just have a logout function with console log. Additionally, here we have a login page and register page. And inside login page, we have a reactive form for login with email and password. And as you can see here, this is a form where we have 2 fields, email and password, and on submit with simply console log login. And exactly the same stuff we have inside our register. So here is our register form, which is a reactive form, and inside our component, we are creating a form with username, email and password, and here is our onSubmit for register. What we want to implement in this video is the typical Angular authentication and authorization. And in order to do that, we will use a public API where we can create a user, log in a user, and get user information. And it is called Real World Project. And here inside documentation, we can check specific endpoints. So here in the tab endpoints, we have a request like, for example, /API/user/login, and this is a post request, and we must provide the data in such format here. Then back we will get the user if this user is found with additional authorization token. And this is a specific token that we must store on the client in order to authenticate our user. As you can see here on the right, the link to registration shows us how to implement registration. This is just a post request to /API/users with this content. And the last thing, which is the most interesting for us, is how to get a user if we already have a token. And this is get current user request. Authentication is required, which means we must pass our token to this request, and it will return for us a user if we are authorized. So let's start implementing that now. First of all, we want to talk about register. This is why I'm here inside register component, and inside onSubmit, we want to make a post request. But in order to work with our current user, it would be nice to create an interface for that. This is why I want to jump inside source app and create a new interface, and it is user interface TS. And now inside we want to create our new interface, which is a user interface. And inside we are getting first of all an email, this is a string, then token, it is also a string, and username is a string. The most important part for us is a token, and this is simply a string, which is a unique string from our backend, and this is exactly what we will use to authorize our requests. Now let's go back inside our register component. So what we want to do inside on submit, we want to make an HTTP request, which means we must inject here our HTTP by using inject HTTP client. Now here inside on submit, we can call this HTTP post, because this is a post request, and we must provide first of all a URL here. And our URL is https api.realworld.io/api/users. And this is exactly the request to create new user. And as a second parameter, we must provide an object, but this is not simply our form fields. As you can see here, we must put all these fields inside user property, which actually means here it is an object with field user, and the value here will be the value of our form. It is this form.getRawValue. And as you can see, this getRawValue returns for us a username, email, and password as an object with strings inside. And additionally for that, we must specify what we are getting back. This is why here inside post, we want to say that back we are getting an object with field user, and inside we have our user interface that we just created. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just want to let you know that I have lots of advanced courses on different web technologies where we create real applications and prepare for the interviews. You can find the link in the description box below. Now let's jump back into the video. After this, we want to subscribe, because HTTP post is returning for us an observable, and we know that back we are getting a response. So first of all, what I want to do is simply write console log and check what we are getting back. Let's look in browser. As you can see in browser, we don't have any errors. We can click on our sign up, and as you can see, we are getting a console error. And this is totally normal because we didn't provide any fields inside. This is why inside our network we can see photo to request. In our payload, all our fields are empty, and this is why inside preview we are getting an error, email can't be blank, which means it is working correctly. What we need to provide here is some username which does not exist, some email which does not exist, and the password. Now we're hitting sign up, and as you can see, our request was successful. We can click on this request, and this is our payload, which means we're getting here username, email, and password. And inside preview, inside response, we're getting this information. And for us, most importantly, we're getting email, username, and a token. And as you can see, this token is simply a string which we must save later. Let's do this now. I want to keep it super simple. This is why I won't create any additional wrappers. You see low-level code to understand how it is working correctly. This is why what I want to do here, I simply want to use local storage .setItem, and I want to store a property token inside. And here what I want to write inside is response.user, this is our user interface .token, which actually means after we register the user, we're storing a token inside local storage. But this is not enough. We somehow need to notify all places in our application that we're logged in, because after registration or logging, we want automatically to be authorized. In order to do that, I want to create a service which will share this information. This is why inside source app I want to create a new service, and this is auth.service.ts. And here we need to create an injectable service, and we want to write provided in root. And here we need to export our class, which will be an auth service. Now here we don't need any methods. What I want to create here is a signal. And if we're creating a signal, it allows us in different places of our application to access a value inside this signal or change the value. And then all places will be automatically re-rendered. This is why here I want to create current user signal. And here we're calling a signal keyword, and our initial value will be undefined. And now here I want as a data type provide user interface or undefined or null. And now you might be curious why I wrote here user interface undefined or null. Because the main idea is that if we don't know yet if user is logged in or not, so we didn't make this get API request, then we're setting it to undefined. This is the beginning. Then after we made our get call, which we will implement later, we either know that user is not logged in or logged in. If we are logged in, we are getting back this user interface and we put it inside signal. If we are not logged in, then we are writing here inside null, which actually means we have three different states. It is either we don't know yet, this is undefined, we know we are not logged in, it is null, and we are logged in, this is our user interface. So our auth service is ready, now we can use it inside our register component. This is why I want to inject it here, and it is auth service, and we're injecting our auth service that we just created. Now after we set our local storage, what we want to do is to call this auth service dot current user signal, and we want to completely override it and provide inside the whole user, and this is response.user. And with this single line, we're notifying our whole application any place that we got our new user. And the last thing that we need to do is redirect user from the register page. This is why here we need to inject router. So router is inject of the router, and it allows us after this to call this .router, navigate by URL, and we want simply to navigate user to the home page. This is why we are passing here slash. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, we don't have any errors, and let's type here a user that for sure does not exist. So I'm passing all fields and I'm hitting sign up. And as you can see, we were successfully redirected to our home page, and here is our request, which was successful, and additionally inside our application local storage we're saving our token. This is the most important part, because this token is there even after page reload, and this is exactly what we will use to authorize our user. Now we need to do exactly the same stuff for login, and actually it will be 100% the same. What I want to do on the right, I want to open login page, and as you can see it is super similar. The main difference, we are getting here form with 2 fields and not with 3 fields. Now I want to copy paste fully everything inside on submit, because it will be similar. And additionally to that, I want to copy this HTTP, our service and router, and put it here inside our login component. We must inject here our service, HTTP and router, and user interface. And what we are doing on login, we are also making a post request, and we are saying that back we will get an object with field user, which is our username, and here we are providing another URL. Which URL? We must jump to endpoints, and here is authentication. As you can see, the request is /API/user/login, and this is an object with field user and our fields inside, which actually means /API/user/login. And here we are providing a user field, which is get raw value from the form, and this is our email and password. As you can see, we are getting response back as always. We are saving the token after logging in the local storage, and we are updating our value inside signal in our service, and we are redirecting the user. This is all totally fine, and this is exactly the code that we need. Let's check this out. I will jump inside our browser and click on login. Now here we must pass credentials for the user that we already registered, because in other case you can't log in. Here is my user and the password. I'm hitting here sign in, and as you can see I'm redirected to the home page. Most importantly, inside my application, inside local storage, I can see my token, which actually means everything is working fine. The next thing that we need to do is update our header and use current user information from our service, which actually means we don't need to render login and register if we are logged in, but we need to render, for example, a username, so some information for the logged in user. This is why I want to jump back inside source app component HTML, and what we want to use here is access our signal and render this information. In order to do that inside our component, we must inject a service. So here is our auth service, and we're injecting here our auth service. After this, we can use it directly inside HTML. So here we can write ngIf, and we want to render this section only when we are not logged in. So we can write here auth service dot current user signal, and we are calling it with round brackets to get its value, and we are checking that it is null. If it is null, it means that we are not logged in. And it is important to not write code like this. not our service current user signal, because in this case we will render this information even if we don't know yet if we are logged in or not. We don't want that. We want to wait until we know for sure if the user is logged in or not. This is why the correct code is current user signal equals null. We are unauthorized and we are rendering this information. In other case, we are rendering this information, and this is our service current user signal. So inside we have a logout, and additionally I want to render a username. This is by our service current user signal dot username. So we're rendering username because we're sure that current user signal is there. But in order for this to work, we must put here a question mark, because our current user signal value can be undefined and TypeScript will scream an error. As you can see in browser, nothing is rendered, and this is completely correct because by default we are getting undefined, and with undefined we are not rendering this part and we are not rendering this part on the bottom. What we can do, we can jump to login page and log in our user once again. As you can see, after I clicked submit, now my screen is not empty. Inside our header we're rendering my username and logout span, which actually means this is this part. Because what happens, our signal was filled with the value, and now this specific place was notified that signal was changed, and we are rendering this information. This is exactly why we see this on the screen. But most importantly, when I reload the page, we don't see anything at all because we are not logged in and we don't have this information yet. And this is completely normal because every single time when we reload the page, we must read the token from the local storage and try to authenticate our user, which means we are making an API call. And if it is successful, only then we know that user is logged in and we are authorized. This is exactly what we need to do now. Let's jump inside our app component, and here we have ng-on init. And inside ng-on init we want to make an HTTP call. This is why here let's inject HTTP, which is HTTP client, and now inside I want to make a GET request. So this is this HTTP GET, and inside we're providing a URL. It will be https API realworld.io/API/user. And this is the URL to check if we're logged in or not. And we don't need to pass any options. But the main point is that we must say what we're getting back, and back we're getting an object with field user, which is a user interface. Now after this we can subscribe and we're getting some response back. And what I want to do here is simply write console log response so we can check if it's working at all. As you can see here, we are getting a 401 error, which is totally correct because our API call is not logged in, and in this case we will always get 401. Most importantly, we didn't get in success and we don't see this console log. This is also correct because we don't want to do anything here if the request failed. And you might think now, okay, we must somehow provide this token from the application, from local storage, inside our request. You are totally correct, but we must do even more than that. Because if we have this token inside local storage, we want to add it to all our API calls. Why is that? Because we want to implement Angular authorization, which actually means we want server always to know which user we are and if we can access the data that we're trying to get from our backend, which actually means we can't simply add here a header with this token. We must somehow add this token to all our requests. And in order to do that inside Angular, we're using interceptors. This is why here inside source app, I want to create a new file and call it auth interceptor.ts. And what is interceptor? This is a function which intercepts our request, which means when we're writing this HTTP post or this HTTP GET, this function will be triggered and will do some magic before continuing the request. And our idea is to take the request and add this specific header from local storage. This is why what we want to do here, we want to create a new function, auth interceptor, and it is HTTP interceptor function. And here we're getting two things. We're getting a request and next. And we're calling next when we're finished with updating our request so we can proceed with it. So first of all, what we want to do is read our token from the local storage. So here is local storage get item and we're trying to access our token. If it is not there, then we want to write here an empty string, which means our token will always have a string inside. And after this, we want to clone our request because it is not possible to mutate the request. We simply need to clone it and make some changes inside. This is why here we can override the request with request.clone. And inside clone, we can provide the object with field set headers. And this is exactly what helps us to add a header. And what we want to write here inside is an object with field authorization. And the value here will be, if we have a token, then we want to create a string like this. It will be token with big T, space, and then the token that we prepared. In other case, it will be an empty string. And after this, we need to return our next, where inside we're providing a request that we created, which actually means we're reading here our token, this is a string, we're cloning our request, and we're setting this authorization header. Most importantly, we have this weird structure with a string where we have a token word, space, and then a token. If we open here the documentation for authentication, you can see here authentication header. And as you can see here, you can read the authentication header from the headers of the request when we are providing it like authorization, colon, and the value is token, space, and the string of our token. This is exactly what we are doing. We are either providing inside an empty string, which means we are not logged in, or we are providing it like token, space, token, and this will authorize our request. The last step that we need to do is register our interceptor. This is why here we must jump inside app-config.ts, and here we have provided HTTP client. Now inside it we must write with interceptors, and we're providing an array inside. And here we want to use our auth interceptor that we just created, which actually means inside the HTTP client module we are providing an interceptor which will intercept all our requests. Let's check if it's working. I'm jumping inside browser and reload the page. And as you can see, we don't have 401 error anymore. Inside network, you can see that we are getting this API call user, and we are getting back our data. And this is exactly the data of my user, and most importantly, this token. And as you can see inside headers, what was done, we provided inside authorization header. You can see here this header and the value token, space, and our token string, which actually means after registration or logging, we saved to local storage our token, and then we added it to all our requests. And the first request that we did to API after page reload is getting current user, because for sure we want to render this information in our header and in the whole application. This is exactly what we want to do now. We must jump back inside our app component. Now here we are getting our response because we successfully got a user. What we want to do now, we simply need to update our signal. This is why this, our service.currentUserSignal set, and we're setting here response.user. And with this single line, the whole application will be notified that our current user was set. Let's have a look in browser. As you can see, after page reload, we are making this API call, and inside header, this information is rendered because I am logged in now and I see only logged in state. And the last thing that we need to implement is logout, and it is extremely simple. This is just a single line. Here is my function logout, and I can simply write here local storage dot set item token, and I want to set it as an empty string. When we eliminate the token, we are not logged in anymore. But it is not like that, because inside signal we still have a value. What we need to do additionally is our service, current user signal set, and we're setting it to null. With this line, we're notifying the whole application that we're not logged in anymore. Let's check this out. I am logged in, you can see my user, I am clicking on logout, and I am not logged in anymore, which means we notified the whole application that our user is unauthorized. But here is one small problem that we are getting. When I reload the page, we don't see anything at all on the screen, we don't see our login and register, but essentially we are not logged in, because we made that API call and we got 401 error. So what we need to do, we need to handle this case. In order to do that, we must change our subscribe. I want to cut everything inside subscribe and provide inside an object. And as you can see here, we have first of all next, and this is exactly where our success is going. So inside next, we're writing the logic which is related to success. But we also have here error, and we don't really care what error happens. What we need to do, we need to set user to unauthorized, which actually means we're writing inside the line our service current user signal set null. And with that, we're notifying the whole application that we're not logged in. But if this code is too difficult for you and you think that you are missing some core knowledge about Angular, make sure to check my Angular interview course, where I cover all knowledge that you need about Angular. And you can find the link to it under the video. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and these links are there because we set the user to unauthorized. If I log in, it is still working. We see my username and logout. I'm clicking logout, we see these links, and even after page reload, these links are still there. So here I already prepared several things. First of all, we have an API localhost 3004/articles, where inside we're getting an array of objects with ID, slug and title. Secondly, I already created two files. First of all, article interface TS. This is the interface for the article that we're getting from the backend. And secondly, article service TS. This is the service which gets the articles from the backend. Most importantly, inside getArticles, we're getting back an articles array. And additionally to that, it is created that we're getting search value inside our getArticles. In this case, we know, okay, we're not just getting articles, we also can filter them. This is exactly what our search bar will do. This is why here inside our API request, we're providing a query parameter title like search value. So the first thing that we want to do, we want to fetch our articles inside our app component. This is why here I'm writing implements on init, because we want to fetch them on initialize. And also I want to inject here inside this service, and it was articles service, which is coming from article service. And after this we can define ng on init, but I don't want to fetch our articles here, I want to create an additional method for it, because later we will want to call it separately. This is why here fetch data, and this is just a void function where we want to call this .article service get articles, and as you can see we must provide inside search value. By default we don't have any search value, this is why let's just create it and set to an empty string. And now here inside we can provide this .search value, so our getArticles is working. And we want to subscribe and get back our list of articles that we want to save somewhere. This is why here we must create an array where we will save our data from the API. And it will be our list of articles, and this is an article interface array, and by default it is an empty array. Now here inside our subscribe, when we're getting articles, we can simply set these articles equal articles. So this is how our fetch data is looking like. We simply fetch our articles, we're applying inside this search value, and we're getting back a list of articles which we're saving inside our property. Most importantly, our getArticles method is working when we're providing such value as an empty string. It will simply return for us all our articles. Now on initialize we want to call our fetchData method. This is why this fetchData, and we're just calling it without arguments. And the last thing that we must prepare here is a form, because actually our search bar will be an input inside a form. And in order to do that we must create a form by using reactive forms. This is why here on the top I want simply to create search form, and I want to assign here this FB. But we don't have FB, this is why here inside constructor we must inject FB, and this is our form builder. Now here we can use this .fb, .non-nullable, .group, and inside we must provide just a single property, and it will be our search value, and by default it is an empty string. This is exactly how we create reactive form that we can now use inside our HTML. So now we must write our HTML. As you can see, I don't have any, but I want to tell you something. Here inside app component CSS, I already prepared quite a lot of styles regarding our component, and you can take all the styles or any of the files from the description box below. There is a source code there. But now let's jump inside our app component HTML and write our markup. First of all, here we will have class container. Let's close this div, and inside we will have our form. So here we have form, and we're providing here form group. And this form group is exactly the form that we just created. This is our search form. After this, we must apply a class. It will be search bar. And we have here ng-submit method, where we must create some method, for example, on search submit, where inside we don't need to get anything, because we are storing everything inside our form. Now let's close our form and create an input inside. An input here will be with type text, placeholder, search, and form control name. And form control name is the most important part. This is the thing that we just created. This is our search value. This is why here we are setting search value. And then it will be automatically binded and updated between our component and our markup. And the last thing here is our class, which will be search bar input. And let's close our input. As you can see in browser, we are getting an error. Property on search submit does not exist. This is why we must create this function inside our TS file. So here on the bottom, I will create on search submit, and what we want to do, we want to refetch our data with the new search value. This is why here we must override this search value with the value from the form, and it will be this search form dot value dot search value. And as you can see here, it is either string or undefined, and our service won't work with undefined. This is why I want to write or empty string. So if it is not there, then it is an empty string. After this, we simply want to refetch data by calling fetchData function. And here inside it already uses this search value. This is why it is important that we update it beforehand. As you can see in browser, we don't have any errors. Now we can type something and hit enter, and obviously nothing is happening. But is it really like this? We can open network and check here. And if we will open fetch, you can see that essentially it works. By default, we have this request with title like empty string. Then I typed something, and here is title like, and this is the second request after hitting enter, which actually means I can provide here full string, hit enter, and we're getting this API call. So everything is working fine. We're getting data back. They are filtered. You can see it here. We're getting in the preview all our records. These are 5. Now after this, we're getting 0 because nothing is like this title. The only thing that we're missing is the list of our elements. So here let's create one more container with class articles table. And let's close this div and render inside one more div, which will be every single article that we have. This is why here is the class article, and we want to use here ng4 with let article of our articles that we have inside TS file. Now inside we simply want to render article.title. Let's check if it's working. As you can see in browser, on initialize we successfully rendered all our articles from the backend. Now here I can search for something that does not exist, for example foo, and I'm not getting any data back. Because essentially what happens, we're here inside on search submit, we set our search value, we fetched our data, this is this function, we're making an API call with new search value, and we updated our list of articles, which means they were filtered from the backend. Now here, if we write something which exists, for example 5, we're getting filtered data, 5 tips and 25 coding terms. Most importantly, that this code is extremely scalable. We're not just filtering our data on the client, which is limiting, we're making an API call, which actually means our client will never be slow because we simply filter data on the backend and not on the client. So here I already generated for us an empty Angular application, and I want to implement our click outside directive with real usage, and it will be our dropdown. This is why what we must do inside our app component HTML, we must first of all create markup for our dropdown. For example, here let's name it div class menu container. It will be our container where we will add our directive. Inside this container, we want to create our toggler. This is why here let's write div class menu toggler, for example. Let's close this div and write inside some text, toggle menu. And obviously, if you want to, you can use here icon later. After our div, we must create our menu that we want to toggle. So let's close this div, and inside our menu, let's create several links. For example, let's name it div class menu item. This is just for testing, and obviously in a real project we will put real links inside these divs. So first of all, here let's write news, then I will copy paste it several times and write here contacts, and here will be about. So this is how our markup is looking inside browser. And now we must write some CSS. For this I want to jump directly in style CSS, so I'm making these styles global, not inside some component. And first of all, here we must style our menu container, and here we need at least some width, for example 200 pixels. We also want some nice background, and let's make here bigger font size, for example font size 20. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and we have nice greenish background, and now our items are bigger. Now after this, let's create the next element, and it will be menu toggle. And inside I just want some small padding, for example padding 10 pixels. After this we must create our menu, and here we want to use different background. So let's create here background 333. After this we must write color, it will be white, and we must also create some padding, for example also 10 pixels. As you can see, everything is styled nicely, and we must create a menu item now. So what our menu item will have? First of all, we need here cursor pointer, and secondly some padding, for example 5 pixels and 0. And we also want here some hover on our menu item. This is why here let's write hover effect, and here at least text decoration underline. As you can see in browser, our menu is fully ready, and now we can start writing TypeScript code. So how we will use our dropdown? First of all, here we have our toggle menu, and actually it doesn't have anything with our click outside directive. But what we want here, we want to attach here a click, and let's name it, for example, toggle menu. And it must change some property inside our component. Let's name our app component TS, and here inside, first of all, we must create this additional property. And we can name it isMenuOpened. I think it is more clear. And here it will be boolean, and by default menu is closed. And now here we can create toggle menu function, it is void, and we just want to change this isMenuOpened to not this isMenuOpened. Now we must write an if condition inside our markup, so we don't want to see our menu at the beginning. Here we must write an if isMenuOpened. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, we just see toggle menu. I'm hitting here and we see our menu. I'm hitting again and we're closing it. So this is how you typically implement a dropdown, but the main problem is here that we want to close our dropdown when we're clicking outside. And this is exactly why we must create this additional directive. So now the question how it will all work. What I want to do to our menu container, I want to attach a directive, and this is super important to attach it to our parent. Why is that? Because actually we will check this native element, which actually means our toggler must be inside and our menu must also be inside. In this case we won't trigger our click outside. This is why here I want to write click outside, and this is our directive, and here we will write an output of our click outside when it will happen. So here I will write click outside, and I will call here clicked outside, and this is just a function that we must define. This is why here inside app component TS, I want to create clicked outside, and what we want to do here, we want to set this isMenuOpened back to false. Now it's time to create our click outside directive. This is why directly in source app, let's create a new file and let's name it click outside.directive.ts. And inside we must export our new class, and this is click outside directive. And we must on the top inject this directive. And here inside directive, we must say what selector we are using. And in our case, we must write inside string, brackets, and here will be click outside. This is exactly how we are defining our directive. We also should not forget to register this directive inside our module. In our case, it is app module, and here inside declarations, we can write our click outside directive, and obviously import it on the top. Inside our directive, we must access first of all our element where we attached, and secondly the whole document. This is why here we must write a constructor, and first of all we want to get here our element. This is why private element equals, and here we have our element ref. And if you don't know, it will give directly access of the element where we attached this directive. And this is not all, we also must inject here our document, and we are doing it in specific way. We are not writing just private document, but we are writing inject with add inject, and we are injecting inside our document. As you can see, this document is imported from Angular Common. And after this we must write private document equals document. In this case, inside this document, we're getting reference to our document. And this is exactly the Angular way to inject document inside a directive. The next thing that we want to do, we want to attach a click event to the document, but we must do it only after our element was rendered. This is why here we can write implements and here after view init. So it's not on init because this is not enough. We want to wait until element will be rendered. And now after constructor we can create ng after view init, and here we want to write our subscription. Why subscription? Because we want to write our code in a React.js way, because this is the typical for Angular applications. This is why what I want to write here is from event. And inside from event I want first of all to give this .document and then click. And if you don't know what is from event, this is a method from React.js which creates a stream from the DOM event. In this case we are using our DOM element, this document, and we're creating here a click event. Now every single time when we're clicking on our document we can do something. And what we want to do here, we want to filter our event, because actually we want to check if we clicked inside our element where this directive attached, or we clicked outside and then we must trigger the change. This is why here I want to write pipe, and inside pipe I want to provide a filter. Now inside our filter we are getting our event, and here we want to make a check. And here I want to create additional function, for example this is inside, and this function will return true or false depending if we clicked inside or not. And here I want to put an exclamation mark, because if we are not inside, then we should proceed. And for this function we must provide inside event.target, and here we write as HTML element, because by default it is just an element, and this is not enough, and here target is our HTML element. Now let's create this function is inside, and we know that here we are getting some element that we want to check, so element to check, and this is the type of HTML element. And back we are getting boolean because it will return if we are inside or not. And we can simply check here that our element to check equals this dot element, and this is the reference to the current element where our directive is attached, so this is our parent. And here we can write .native element, and this is directly DOM element, and now we're checking that this element is equal or it is the parent. So we're checking here this element, .native element, contains, and contains is a really nice method to check if we have a DOM element inside this specific DOM element. And here we can just throw inside our element to check. Let's save this code. And here, as you can see inside filter now, we're checking, okay, if we're inside, we're not doing anything, so we're not going through filter, but if we clicked outside on our document, then we will go through filter, and here we can write a subscribe. And here inside subscribe, we don't need anything, but we want to make an output, because as you saw inside our HTML here, we have click outside, and this click outside, we're handling outside inside our component, which was triggered by our directive. So here inside subscribe we must emit the output. This is why let's here create an output. So here we have output, and here we can name it click outside equals new event emitter. And don't forget that event emitter must be imported from Angular core. And here the type is void because we don't need to provide anything outside. We simply say that we clicked outside, and this is it. Now inside our subscribe, we can write this .clickoutSide.emit, and we're not providing anything inside. And this code is really clean, but we have a problem. Here we have a subscribe, which actually means every single time when we attach, this directive we create a subscription, which actually means we must destroy this subscription at some point of the time. This is why here we can, after implements after view init, write also on destroy, and we can handle destroy correctly. And for this we must create our subscription, for example, document, click subscription. And here let's import a subscription, and we must also say or undefine it, because actually by default we didn't assign anything here and it is not a subscription, it is undefined. But now I want to assign it here inside ng after view init. So we have here this document click subscription equals from event, which actually means here we have our subscribe and we store our subscription inside document click subscription. And now we can write ng on destroy, and inside this function we can destroy this document click subscription. But it can be null, this is why our code just unsubscribe won't work, so we must put here question mark dot unsubscribe. In this case it will be correct, because document click subscription does not exist at the beginning of our application. Let's check if it's working now. I'm jumping to our server, we don't have any errors. Now here let's try to toggle, everything is working, and now our menu is opened and we're clicking outside. And as you can see, this code successfully worked. Why is that? Because actually we attach directive to our parent here. Now here we have this event for document click. And as you can see, this is a React.js stream, and here we're filtering it, which actually means every single time when we're clicking somewhere, this subscription will be called, and we're filtering where we clicked. And after this, we're just emitting subscribe outside to our component. And we also didn't forget to unsubscribe, because it is super important to avoid memory leak. So this is how you typically implement click outside directive in the real project. So how we will plan to implement our slider inside Angular? As you can see here, I already prepared for us an empty Angular application and we don't have anything inside it. What we want to do now, we want to render our slider and provide slides from the outside, which actually means here, let's create a new component, image slider, and we must provide inside a list of our slides. So this is just a property from our app component, and we're closing here our image slider. But most importantly is that our slider is a component, and when we're talking about CSS, our component should just take the width and height of its parent. It should not be fixed at height, because in this case we can't reuse it everywhere. This is why what I want to do, I want to wrap our image slider with a container with some styles which we're providing from the parent. This is why here div style here with width, for example, 500 pixels. We also need here height, let's say 200 pixels, and margin 0 auto, so it will be centered. Now here let's define our slides, but actually I want later to create an interface for every single slide. But for now let's just say that this is our array, which is an array of objects. And as you can see here, I already prepared our list of objects with URL and the title. Why it is not just array of strings with such URLs of our images? Because actually you might later need some additional information, and this is much easier to add this information if you have here objects and not just strings. For example, here we can provide not only a URL but also a title. And now you must say, okay, but from where we're getting these images? And actually I already prepared these images for our slider, and you can take it from the source code of this project from the description box below. Now we are ready to start creating of our module, because actually we don't want just to create a component, we want to fully isolate our feature inside an additional module. This is why let's name this module image slider and not just slider, so it is not that generic. And here is the name image slider.module.ts. Now inside we must register our ng module and provide inside our imports. And what we want to import here is at least common module, so we can use standard things from the Angular. And here I want to export our new class, which is image slider module. So our module is ready, but now I want to create an interface. As I already said, we have a slide, and it is really nice to define an interface for that. This is why inside our image slider, I want to create a new folder, which is called types, and inside let's define slide.interface.ts. .ts. So this is the interface for a single slide. And here I want to export our interface, which is a slide interface. And as you already see inside our object, we have a URL, which is mandatory and it is a string, and we also have a title, it is mandatory and it is string. And now we can jump back inside our app, component TS, and here we can write that this slide is actually a slide array. And as you can see here, I am importing slide interface array. In this case here, if we will just remove this title from this object, we will get an error, because title is missing inside property, and it is much safer than just an array. Now we must create our component inside image slider. This is why here let's create a new folder which is called components and a new folder for image slider. And we will just have for now just a single component. This is totally enough. And here I want to create our image slider.component.html and image slider.component.ts. And we also need some styling, so image slider.component.css. And actually this video is not about writing CSS. This is why I already prepared the whole CSS for the slider, and you can also take it from the description box below. This is why here inside our CSS I will just paste lots of styles for our slide, arrows, dots, and the whole slider. And now let's create our component. So here inside image slider component TS, let's register our component, and here we can create our selector, which is an image slider. Now here we also must provide a template URL, which will be image slider component.html, and here is style URLs, which is an array, and we're providing inside our image slider component CSS. And after this, we must export our class, which is an image slider. So our class is fully ready. Now let's write something inside markup, at least image slider, so we can see that it is working. And I want to jump to the outside because we must register inside our image slider module our new component. This is why here let's declare inside declarations our image slider. And as you can see here, I made a typo in naming. Actually, inside our component, it must be not image slider, but image slider component. And now here we can import inside declarations our image slider component from our components. And it is not enough, we also want to export it, because we will use our image slider component outside to render a slider. And the last step that we must do, we must register this image slider module inside our app module. For this, we can just add inside our imports image slider module. Now let's check if we have any errors, and inside console, as you can see, we have an error because we didn't define slides, but we're providing them inside. This is why I want to jump back inside our image slider, components, component, and here we need to define an input. This is why here let's create an input, and we know that we're getting here array of slides. This is why here slide interface array, and by default we have an empty array. As you can see in console, we don't have any errors, and now let's jump inside browser. And here our image slider was rendered and actually centered, which actually means we successfully created our module and component, and now we can start implementing our slider. And for our slider, we just need a single property, and this is a current index. Why is current index? Because we must know what slide is active now, and all our slides inside array are going with indexes. This is why here we can just set our current index to 0, and then we will just increment it. Now let's create a markup of our image slider. For this, I will remove this text and write here that we have a div with class slider. And inside we want to render our arrows. This is why here we will have one more container. This is just a div with 2 arrows. And here we will have first of all div with class left arrow, and I will put here a UTF-8 arrow and close the div, and I will copy paste this and change to right arrow, and here let's put an arrow to the right. After this container we must render a slide. This is why here div class slide, but it is not all, we also want here a style to render an image with background. This is why here I want to write ng style, and here we want to render a property background image, image, and here actually we need to write URL and then put a path, but this is not really comfortable to read. This is why I want to create additional function which will just get a URL of the current slide and render it here. This is why let's jump back inside our TS file and create here this function. For example, we can name it get current slide URL, and it must return for us a string. And here what we want to return is just an escaped string, and here we have our URL, then brackets, then quotes, and inside these quotes we want to put a URL for our current slide. And actually we have all our slides inside these slides, and here we can use this .currentIndex to get the current slide. And after this we can simply type .url, and we're getting our current URL of the slide. And now we can directly use this function inside our HTML. So here will be background image, get current slide URL, and it is much more readable. And after this let's close our div. But actually here I already see a small mistake inside my quotes. So here actually we must wrap in a single quote our background image, and then the whole ng style must be just a string with an object inside. Let's check if it's working. As you can see, I have here an error inside console that ng style does not exist, because here I made a typo and it must be ng style. As you can see, we don't have any errors, so let's check our browser. And now voila, our slider is successfully rendered. So here we can check our markup, and as you can see we have our div with the slider, and inside we have our arrows. This is this container with two arrows on the left and on the right. And after this we have a div with the slide, but here we want dynamically to set an image. This is why here we're using background image, and we're providing our URL from the current image, which is successfully applied. Our next step will be to implement arrows logic. For this we can simply add click event on the left arrow and on the right. This is why let's create here additional function go to previous, and we don't need to pass anything inside, and here we have a click event which will be go to next. And now let's implement these functions inside our TS file. So here we already have our current index, and we can simply increment it. So here we have a go to next function, and we could just write +1, but it won't work if we are already on the last slide. This is why we can write some logic. We can check here for the is last slide, and if we are on the last slide, then we will render the 0 slide. This is why here we can just compare this current index and then this slide's length -1. In this case we know, okay, this is the last slide, and here we want to calculate our new index. And here we can check, okay, are we on the last slide? If yes, then it will be 0. In other case it will be this current index +1. And now we can simply assign the new value to our current index. So current index equals next index. And now we must do exactly the same with go to previous. So this is the void function, and we want to know if we are on the first slide. So here is first slide, and here we can simply check this current index is 0. And now let's calculate our new index. So if here we have a first slide, then we want to change it to the last slide. This is why here this slide's length -1. In other case, this current index -1. And after this we can simply set our new current index inside current index. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and we're just clicking on the right. And as you can see, we're getting another image. We're clicking again and we have one more image, one more image, one more image, and then we're going to the 0 slide. This was our first slide, and here I can click previous and we're going to the last slide, which actually means we successfully implemented the logic of our arrows. But it is not all. Typically inside sliders you have dots on the bottom and you can jump to the direct slide. This is why we can jump inside our HTML component, and after our slide we can render our dots. This is why here let's create a div with class dots container. Let's close this div, and we want just to render a dot for every single slide. This is why here we just have a div with ng4, and here we're looping through our slides. So here will be slide of slides, and we have access to the slides inside the component. And here we also must know the index. This is why here let's store our index inside our slide index. So here I will just close our div, and inside I will render a symbol of the dot. Also, we want to provide here a class which is called dot, and we need a click event. And actually here we can create a new function, go to slide, and we must provide inside our slide index, which is an index inside this array of slides. And now it is time to implement go to slide functionality. And actually it will be super simple, because here we're getting our slide index, which is a number, and we just set it inside our property. This is why it is a void function, and here inside our current index we must simply set our slide index. But if this code is too difficult for you and you think that you are missing some core knowledge about Angular, make sure to check my Angular interview course, where I cover all knowledge that you need about Angular. And you can find the link to it under the video. Let's check if it's working. We don't get any errors here, and let's reload our page. As you can see here, we're rendering 5 dots because we have 5 slides. Now I'm clicking, for example, on the last dot, and we just directly render our last slide, which essentially means we successfully implemented dots functionality. So here I already generated for us an Angular application. As you can see, I don't have anything inside, just an empty app component HTML and app component TS. So first of all, we must talk about our pagination component and how we want to structure it. And actually for this component, I will create a separate module, because essentially this is a separate feature. And inside this module, I will pack our component. And then later, for example, inside our app component, we will use it. So how we're intending to use it? So here we will import our module pagination and then use it like this. We have our pagination component, and first of all we must provide here a current page. Why current page? Because actually we want to store the page that must be highlighted outside. Our pagination component is completely dumb, which actually means we can open our app component TS and create here a variable which will be current page, and this is a number, and by default we can set it to 1. After this we must provide inside a limit and total amount. So here we can just say limit equals 20, for example. So we assume that we are showing 20 elements on the page, and then we need total here. And this is the total amount of elements that we have inside our API. Not how many elements we got, because we got 20 per page, but the total. And here you will typically have some big number, for example 500. And after this we need an event when our pagination will say for us that we changed the page. So we're clicking, for example, from first page on the 5th page, and then this event happens, and we can name it, for example, change page, and we're getting from our pagination component a page number. This is why here we must create a change page function. Let's do this now. Inside our app component TS, I want to create change page, and here we're getting our new page. So here page is number, and we just need to change our current page. So it will be void, and here we simply want to reassign our current page to the page that we got. So this is exactly what information we will typically get from our backend when we are fetching some elements. For example, you are fetching your 20 posts on the page, and additionally to this array of posts, you are getting your total amount because you need it for pagination. This is exactly why inside pagination we are providing limit and total, because only in this case we can calculate how many pages we must render inside our pagination. And now let's start with implementing our pagination. So here I want to create a new folder, and let's name it pagination. This is our feature. And inside we must create our pagination module TS, because as I said, we want to fully isolate this feature inside this module. This is why here let's register our ng module, and let's export our new class, which will be pagination module. Now inside our module, we can inside imports provide common module, so we have access to things like, for example, ngIf or ngFor if we need it later. And now let's add our component, and for this I want to create a folder, components, and create a new component pagination inside. And you can say now, okay, this is overkill, we just have a single component. This is totally fine, but I want to create scalable architecture, which actually means if for some reason later we have here 5 more components, we can directly pack them inside this folder. This is why I created for our component additional folder pagination. And now let's create our files. We have here our pagination component.html, then pagination component.ts, and also pagination component.css. Now let's render something inside our pagination HTML just so we check that it is working. Now let's jump inside our TS file, and here we want to register our new component, and as we saw earlier, we must name our selector pagination. Also, we must provide here a template URL that we just created. This is pagination component HTML, and also our style URLs. This is the array with just one file, pagination component CSS. And here is our class. Let's export here our pagination component. So we successfully created our component, now we must register it inside our pagination module. This is why here, first of all, we must provide our declarations, and here we will have our pagination component, but also we must export it, because we want to use this pagination component outside, and it is not isolated. This is why we're providing here our pagination component. And our last step will be to register this pagination module inside our app module TS. This is why here inside our imports we can just add our pagination module that we just created. As you can see now inside console we are getting errors like cannot bind to limit, total, and so on. This is totally fine because inside our app component HTML we are trying to provide all this stuff inside our pagination component, but we didn't implement any inputs or outputs yet. Let's do this now. This is why I want to jump back inside our pagination components pagination component TS, and let's define what we are getting from outside. So here we will have our input, and we know that we are getting here current page, and it will be a number. But if we will leave it like this, we will get an error, property current page has no initializer and it is not assigned. We can for sure write here undefined, but it is not comfortable. This is why I want just to put here a default value and it will be 1, which actually means if we are not providing current page from the outside, then we set it to 1 inside. We'll also need our another input and we will use it for the total. And actually this is the number and I want to set it to 0. Why to 0? Because I want to avoid undefined, and if we have total and we didn't provide it from outside, then we won't have any pages and we won't render anything. This is why it is totally safe. And the last thing will be here our limit. And here I also want to say that this is a number and by default let's say it is 20. And the last thing here will be our output, so let's register here our output function, and it will be a function change page, and we simply assign here new event emitter, but we must have here a correct import, we must import it from Angular core. And here we can say that we're getting back a number because we're throwing outside our number of the page, and just round brackets. So this is our correct inputs and outputs. Let's check if it's working. As you can see here inside terminal, we don't have any errors, and now inside browser we're rendering pagination. This is just a single word, but it means a lot, because it means that we successfully created our module component and provided correctly all inputs and outputs. Now we must write some logic, because essentially what we want to create is a local property pages. What is pages? These are just numbers inside our pagination component. And what we want to do inside our pagination HTML is simply loop through these pages and render numbers, for example, from 1 to 20, if we have 20 pages. This is why let's create here a new property, which is called pages, and this is an array of numbers, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And by default, it will be an empty array. Now here I also want to create an onInit function. This is why let's write here implements onInit, and let's create an onInit. What we want to do inside, we want to create pages property, but before we must know how many pages do we have. This is why here let's calculate it. This will be our pages count, and we can for sure calculate it by dividing our this total, this is the total number of our elements, on this limit. This is our number per page. But also here I want to write math.sale to make this value bigger. Because if we have 500, for example, and we're dividing it on 20, we have a normal integer. But if you have, for example, 501, then you want a bigger number because you have one more page. Let's console log here pages count and check if it's working. And as you can see here in browser, we're getting 25, which means it is working correctly. And now it is time to generate an array of pages, and actually we can use a plain JavaScript for this. What I want to do here, I want to write array, and here we want to say how many pages we have. For example, we are providing here 25, and we're getting an empty array with 25 empty elements. And now here we can create an array and spread all these elements, and we're getting here an array of undefined. But if we will write here .keys, then we're getting a nice array from 0 to 24. This is exactly what we need. But actually here we want to have our values from 1 to pages count. But what we're creating here is a reusable function which is called range. And here we simply want to know the range from one number to another. This is why here we can just map and get our elements and write here element plus start. In our case, start will be 1. And then we're getting a nice array from 1 to 25. We can do it differently and provide here, for example, a start 10, and then we will have our array from 10 to 34, which actually means it is fully reusable. Now I can copy paste this code and create a new function, and let's name it range. And here we first of all have our start, this is a number, and we have our end, and it is also a number. And back we are getting our array of pages, which means number array. And now inside I want to simply return this code. And here we have our array of end keys, and here instead of 1 we're using our start. And now inside our ng-on-init we can use this range function and get our this pages. This is why let's assign inside this .pages our this range function, which we're doing from 1 to our page count that we already have. Let's console log our pages and check if it's working. So here is these pages, and let's look in browser. As you can see here, we're getting a nice array from 1 to 25, and this is exactly what we want to render. Now let's write a correct markup for our pagination, and for this we must open our pagination component HTML and write here a markup. And actually I already prepared our CSS, and we will just paste it inside our component, so we won't spend time on writing CSS. So here first of all we have UL with class pagination, and let's close our UL. And now we want to render a list of our lists. This is why here we have our li, let's close it, and inside we have an ng for loop, and we're looping here through our pages. Now here inside our li we will have a span with class page-link. Let's close the span, and we can render our page just like number inside. After this we also must set some styles for our li, and here for this I want to use ng class because we want to write some logic. This is why here I have an object, and first of all I want to apply here a class page item, and it will be always true. But also after this I want logic, I want to highlight our active page. This is why here I want to set active class when we are comparing our current page with page, and it is true. In this case we will correctly highlight our li. And last thing that we need here is click event with the meeting our value. So here we can simply say when we're clicking on our li, we want to call change page output by calling a meet with our page that we're providing inside. And this is actually all markup of our component. Let's check if it's working. I will jump to the browser, and as you can see we have a nice list of all our pages, but obviously we don't have any styles. This is why I want to open our pagination component CSS and paste all styles. And here we have lots of styles for pagination, page item and page link. And obviously you don't want to retype all these styles from the screen, so you can take them from the source code in the description box below. Let's check now if our styles are there. I will reload the page, and now it looks differently. So here we rendered our pagination from 1 to 25 and our current page is highlighted because we compared our page with current page and it was active. Additionally, we can select some other page and this will be outputted to the parent, and then inside parent we are changing our current page. And you might say now, okay, but this is a super basic pagination, we're rendering all our pages here, we don't have previous, next, first page, last page. You're totally right, but such pagination can be enough for a lot of websites. So here I already generated for us an Angular application, and as you can see it is completely empty. Inside source folder I have just an app, and here is app module, app component, and nothing inside except of h1 tag. And the only thing that is external here is this style CSS. Actually here I already pasted all styles that we need for the project. This is why you can just take the styles from the link in the description box below, so you should not retype them and we can focus on Angular. So how we will implement this feature? And actually we need to create an additional module for the whole comments. Why is that? Because actually we can reuse comments on every single page. We can write comments for the post, we can write comments maybe for the profile, which actually means it must be completely shareable and configurable. This is why what I want to do here inside source app, I want to create new folder and just name it comments, and we will have inside our module which will export our root component comments. Also, I want to make our example as realistic as possible, and for this we can use a tool which is called JSON Server. And if you don't know, JSON Server allows us to create a fake API in a second. As you can see here, we just install globally this JSON Server package, and then we must create db.json inside our root folder. And now inside we can paste some data inside. And in our case we will have only comments, and now we just need to start it inside console with JSON Server watch db.json. And actually I already created here inside root db.json where I have a comment property, and this is an array with predefined comments. Now I can jump inside console, and as you can see here I have a worker which is called JSON Server watch db.json. And when we're starting it inside localhost 3000/comments, we can get our default comments, and additionally all these post, put, page and delete requests are working there out of the box. This is why if I'm jumping to the browser and I'm typing localhost 3000/comments, as you can see we're getting a list of our comments, which actually means we have already an API and our Angular application can work with this API. So now let's start to implement our module. As you can see here, I already have inside source app our new folder comments that we just created. And the first thing here is of course our module. So let's create here our file comments.module.ts, and inside we must export our new class, and we're naming it comments module. And this is not enough. On the top we must provide a decorator ng module, where inside we will provide some configuration later. So our module is ready and we must register it inside our app module. This is why let's open app module TS, and here at the end of our imports I must write comments module that we just created, and obviously we must import it here on the top. Our next step is to create our root component for our comments. This is why let's jump inside comments folder, and here let's create components. So the root component that we will have is called also comments, because actually we have a list and we can split it in 3 different components. For example, first we will have a component for the list of our comments. Secondly, we will create a component for single comment. And the last what we need is comment form. This is a form that we will use first of all to create a comment, and secondly in the reply section. So let's add here our new folder which is called comments, and inside we must create comments.component.ts and also comments.component.html. Now inside we can simply write comments, so at least we see that something is rendered, and inside our TS file we want to export our new class, and it is comments component. And we must register it on the top. This is why here is decorator component, and we must provide inside several things. First of all, here we must write our selector. For example, let's write here comments, and we also must provide here template URL, which we just created, and it is comments.component.html. So we successfully created our first component, but it is not enough. We didn't register it inside our comments module. So here inside ng module, we must write declarations and register our component here. So we have our comments component, as you can see here, but it is also not enough because this is the component that we want to expose to use outside, which actually means we have a page and we want to inject there our comments component. And this is the only component that is allowed to be injected outside. This is why here we must provide an exports, and inside exports we can say what components we want to allow to use outside. And in our case it will be just a single component, comments component. And now we can use this comments component outside, for example, inside app component HTML. So here after h1 tag, we can write just comments and it will render our component. Let's check this out. I'm jumping inside browser and as you can see, comments component is successfully rendered. The next thing that we need to do is provide current user ID inside our comments section. Why is that? Actually, in the typical production application, we have some current user when we are logged in. And typically only logged in user can create new comments and update his own comments. Inside our current application, we obviously won't create authentication. This is why what I want to do, I want just from outside provide here a property, and it can be, for example, current user ID equals 1. And we don't have current user ID at all inside our application, but our comments component should not know anything about current user ID, and we always will provide it from outside, which actually means it is completely production solution because this current user ID we will get in any case outside of this component and not inside. Now, to make this code working, we must open our comments component and create an input inside. So here inside our class, we want to register decorator input and we must name it current user ID and it is string because we are getting it from outside. But here is the problem. As you can see, TypeScript screams that property current user ID has no initializer and it is not definitely assigned in the constructor. Which actually means yes, this input is undefined by default. And yes, TypeScript doesn't like it. The typical solution here will be to write that it can be string or undefined, for example, and in this case we don't get an error. The main problem is here that we will use inputs in all our components, and in every single time we must check for undefined, which actually means we have like 10 different methods, and inside we will always provide, for example, an input current user ID, but in every single case we must check if we have current user ID or not. And actually this is super tedious. And yes, in the real project I would do that, but I don't want to bother with it if I can avoid this. This is why here we will use the solution which is called a bang. And as you can see here, after our current user ID variable inside TypeScript, we can just put an exclamation mark, and actually this is called bad practice. Why is that? Because here we are telling TypeScript, yes, we are sure that current user ID will be provided. It will never be undefined. And actually you can't be sure about it, because later some person can use your comments module and not provide current user ID here, and then it will break. So if you don't want to bother with undefined and if you're really sure that you will provide everything everywhere, then you can put bang and it is okay. But if you want to be 100% sure every single time, then you must check for undefined in every single case. The next thing that I want to do is create an interface for our comment, because actually we are talking about Angular and TypeScript, and typically we want to create an interface for every single entity. This is why here inside our comments directory, I want to create a new folder which is called types, and inside we can create a new interface, comment.interface.ts. Now inside we must export our new interface and we are calling it comment interface. So what properties we have inside our comment? And for this I want to open our db.json because this is a format that we are getting from the backend, which actually means here we have an ID and it is a string, then we have our body and it is also string, we also get a username and it is also string, also user ID, it is our string, we have a parent ID, and as you can see here we have parent ID null, and it means that this is a root comment because it doesn't have any parent. And here we have a comment where parent ID is 1, which actually means this is the child comment because here is its parent. and our parent ID can be either string or null if it is a root comment. And after this we have our created at, and it is always a string. The next thing that we want to create is our service, because we want to fetch our comments from our API. This is why here I want to create new folder, services, where we will put all services which are related to our comments module. And here we can create just comments.service.ts, and this is a really nice name, first of all, because you should not think what exactly service will do. This is like a default service for our module, and we will put some stuff here, and if we have too much stuff here, then we will split it in several services. So here, first of all, we must create our new class, and it will be our comments service. And we also should not forget to add here our decorator, and it is injectable. So inside this service, I want to put all our methods that will work with our API. And the first method here will be getComments, and this is what we want to fetch. So what we will get here back? We will get an observable because we are talking about HTTP, and all HTTP requests are returning for us observable. This is why here we are getting our observable, and inside our observable we are getting a list of our comments. This is why here is comment interface array. Now, inside this method, we want to use HTTP client. This is why we must inject it inside our constructor. So here we must write constructor, we have private HTTP client, and we want to use here our HTTP client import. Now inside our getComment, we can simply return our this.http client, and here is our get. And we are getting our comments from HTTP localhost 3000/comments. But as you can see, we are getting an error, because actually by default HTTP GET is returning for us observable of object, because HTTP GET can't know what data we are getting back. But we know what data we are getting back. This is why we can specify it here inside our GET, and we can say that here we are getting our comment interface array. So here we define it that this HTTP GET will return for us an array of our comments. So our method is ready, but we didn't register our service. This is why we must jump to our comments module, and here we must define our providers. And inside providers, this is an array, we must provide our comments service. And it is not all. You also need to check if you have inside app module an HTTP client module, because if you didn't import it here, then your HTTP client won't work. So now we're ready to fetch some data inside our component. This is why let's jump inside our components, comments component, and here first of all we must create a constructor, because we want to inject our service inside. And here we must write private comments service, and here is our comment service class that we just created. Now we also must create an ng on init, and here I like to write implements on init, so we must implement this method. And here we can provide ng on init, and it is obviously void, and we want to fetch our comments here. This is why here we can write this comment service get comments, and this will return for us a promise. This is why here we must write a subscribe, and we are getting a list of our comments. So let's console log here our comments and check if it's working at all. If I will jump to browser and reload the page, you can see inside console that we are getting our list of comments. And actually this is a real API. Yes, this data align inside DB.json, but our JSON server is serving them through API. This is why inside network, you can see when I'm reloading the page that we have here a URL comments, this is 200, and this is our localhost 3000/comments, and here inside response, we are getting a list of comments. Now let's render our list of comments without creating additional components. And actually for this we must save this comment somewhere locally. This is why here we must create, for example, comments property, and it will be comment interface array, and by default we can assign here it to empty array. Now here instead of console logged we must assign inside comments our comments that we fetched, and now we can render them inside our markup. So let's jump to our markup. We don't need comments word here. And here is our markup. So we have here first of all class comments, and we must close this div. Now inside we have h3 with class comments title, and here let's close our h3, and inside we have comments. After h3 we will have div with class comment form title, and here we will have write comment text. And after this, we must render our comment form, but we don't have it yet. This is why I will simply write here comment form as a placeholder, and we will implement it later. After comment form, we will have our div with class comments container. Let's close this div, and inside we will render a list of comments. And actually later here we will render a comment component with ng for loop, but for now we can simply render a div with this ng for. So here we want to loop through our comments and get locally a comment. This is why let comment of comments, and we already created comments property. And now inside this div, I want simply to render comment.body. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, we see some markup, but actually we have an error. Cannot bind to ng for auth. And if you are getting such error, it means that we didn't inject common module inside our comments module. This is why here we must import common module. Let's check once again. I'm reloading the page and we don't have any errors, and ng for loop is there, and we see our comments that we fetched from API. Now it's time to create our comment component. As you can see here, we just rendered a single div, but we obviously want to render here our single comment component. This is why let's jump inside our components and create new folder which is called comment. Now inside we must create comment.component.ts and also comment.component.html. And now we must register our comment component here, but I want here to just copy-paste the declaration from our comments component. In this case, we don't need to type it again. So first of all, here we want to rename our comments to comment component. We don't need implements for now, and we need to import this comment on the top. Also, our selector here will be comment, and template URL is comment.component.html. And now inside we want to get as an input the whole comment as an interface. This is why here we can write input. So we're getting here our input, which is a comment, and here we must put a bank sign because we want to say that we will for sure provide it. And here we can define that our comment is of type comment interface. Now I want just to render something inside our comment.html, for example comment.body, and this is our message. We also must register this component inside our module. So we're jumping inside our comments module, and here inside declarations we must provide our comment component. Now we can use it inside our ng for loop. For this I want to jump inside comments.html, and here we don't need div now, but we need a comment. This is our new component. And now inside we don't need to render our body, we must provide it here as an option. We're providing inside our comment. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see we successfully rendered our component comment. But obviously our markup is broken and we must fix it now. This is why let's jump inside our comments.html. Here we can remove our comment body and we must write at least some basic markup. For example, here we have our div with class comment. Now inside we want to render an image, and actually I put the image of the user inside our public folder. So as you can see here, source, assets, and here I have user icon png, and you can take it from the description box below with the source code together. So here we can simply write /assets/user-icon.png, and we just close here our div. And obviously it's not a div, this is an image tag, and we must close it now. But I also forget to wrap this image with additional div. So here will be div class comment, image, container. Here we are closing our div, and after our image tag we must close it also. Now we must create our right part. So here we will have div class comment right part. Let's close our div. And now inside this right part we must render our comment. So div class comment content, and inside we want to render first of all our author name. So here will be div class comment author. We're closing this div, and inside will be our comment.author. After this div we must create one more div, and here we will have our div class comment text. And let's close this div and inside render our comment.body. So we're done now. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and we're getting property author does not exist on type comment interface. Let's check this out. I will open comment interface, and as you can see here, we don't have author at all. And actually we have here a username, and this is exactly what we want to render. So let's change this to comment.username. I'm reloading the page and we don't have any error, and here is our comments, and actually markup is looking correct here. But we're missing our image, and actually I already see the problem. I wrote here image class. It is obviously not class but image source. Let's reload the page. As you can see now our comments are looking much better. Now I want to continue with comment form because this will help us to create new comments. This is why let's create a new folder here, comment form, and we need at least 2 files inside. First of all, it will be comment form.component.ts and comment form.component.html. And I also want to copy paste what we have inside comment because all this component creation will be almost the same. So here we don't need our input, and here we will have our comment form. The selector is comment form, and template URL is also comment form. And we don't need interface on the top, and we don't need an input. So we successfully created our comment form. Now let's render something inside. At least let's write down comment form, and we must register this component inside our comments module. So here inside declarations, we have comment form component. Now let's think a little bit about our comment form. What properties do we need inside? First of all, we must provide initial text, because we will use this form also for editing, which means we want to provide the initial text from the comment. Secondly, we also need an attribute for cancel button, because we have a cancel button in, for example, reply or edit, but we don't have it in create comment. And we also need a submit label, because, for example, when we're creating comment, we must create a label add comment, and when we're talking about replying, maybe reply, and when we're talking about updating, update. This is why we must pass here several inputs. First of all, here we will have our input with text submit label, and again I will put here bang because we must provide it from outside. Secondly, we will have here input, which is a boolean, and it is has cancel button, and by default it will be false, and I also want to write here that this is a boolean. And the last one here will be our initial text, and we must provide it in update, which means it is not mandatory and we don't need it for add. This is why I define it here by default as an empty string. Now we must create our form, and actually it is super easy to do because Angular has this feature which is called reactive forms. This is why here I want to write a constructor and inject here reactive form and exactly FB, which is a form builder. Now we want also to define here ng on init. This is why here is implements on init, and here we must create a method ng on init where we will create our form. So here we can write this form equals, and we have just a single property here. This is why here we have this FB group, and we are providing inside all our values. And we just have a title because our comment form has just a single property. But here we want to define also some validations. This is why here we can provide this initial text. This is our default value, and it is empty string or a value that we provided inside. And secondly, we have a validator. This is why here we are writing validators dot required. Now we are getting an error that we don't have this form. This is why here I want to create a form, and this is a form group, and we must put here bang also because by default it will be undefined. And actually we don't want to bother with undefined, it is completely fine for us to just create it on ng on init. Now let's write markup for our form. So I want to jump inside comments form and here write form, and this is form group. This is exactly what we created. In our case we named it form. And here we have also ng submit method that we will create in a second, and this is on submit function. Now let's close our form here, and inside we must first of all provide a text area. This is exactly our title. So here we have text area with class comment form text area. And after this we must bind it to our specific input. So here we are writing form control name equals title. This is exactly the binding to our form group. And here we're closing our text area field, and after this we will have several buttons. First of all, cancel, and secondly, submit. So first of all, let's create here submit button. This is why here we will have button with class comment form button, and after this we have type submit, and here we also must provide a disabled, and we actually want to disable this button if our form is invalid, and by default it is invalid because our title is empty. And this is actually amazing logic, because here we don't need to write any rules, we simply check that our form is invalid, then this button is disabled. So now let's close this button and render our submit text inside. So here we will have our submit label, and just like we defined here, we must provide it from outside, this is mandatory. After this I want to create cancel button. This is why here we will have also button, but here we must write ngIf because we don't have this button always. And here we have this has cancel button that we must provide from the outside, and here we have type button and also class, and in our case it is comment form button and also comment form cancel button. Now let's close this button and just write a text cancel inside. And our markup is fully ready. Now we must use this form inside our comments at least, and we will use it later also for replies and for editing. So here is our place for comment form, and we must create here add comment form. So here I want to use comment form component that we just created and provide inside submit label because it is mandatory. And this is just text, for example, write, and this is our add form. And for now I won't provide anything inside, but later we must provide a submit handler inside. So here I will close our comment form and let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. As you can see, we're getting an error, can't bind to form group since it's not a known property of form. And this is actually happening because we must inject reactive forms inside our module. So let's jump to our comments module, and here inside the imports, we must write reactive forms module. And this is actually not the only problem. As you can see here, we're getting a problem that comment form is not an available component. And actually, I already know the problem. Here is our comment form, and I must write it here with dash and not with camel case. And as you can see now, we have another error on submit is not defined inside comment form. So we must jump inside our comment form and create here on submit method. And actually here we are not getting any arguments because we have available this form. So we can console log here on submit and here this dot form dot value. And actually we still get an error, but now here is the problem that ng-submit is actually an event and not an attribute. So this is why the brackets here are wrong, they should be round here. Let's save this and check again. As you can see now everything is green and it was built successfully. So we can jump inside browser and here we can see our new comment form. So we have here our text area and here write button is disabled because actually our form is not valid. Now I'm providing something inside and directly here our button is enabled. We can hit here enter and as you can see in console we have our onSubmit with title inside, which means we successfully implemented our basic comment form. What we want to do now, we need to implement submitting of our form. As you can see here, we just wrote in onSubmit our console log, and this is not enough. We want to send this data back to our comments component. And for this, we must create here an output. This is why here I am defining an output, and it will be our handle submit. And here we must assign here new event emitter, and this is what we are using to emit data. Most importantly here is not to forget auto import not from stream, but from Angular core. So here we have new event emitter, and we want to provide the type, so what we want to submit. In our case, we simply have a string. This is why we just want to emit a single string. This is why here I am setting string as an argument. So our output is there, now we must call it inside onSubmit. So here we can write this dot handle submit, and just to remind you here we must write here emit and not just call directly handle submit, it won't work. And here we must provide inside this form value, and we know that we have a title, and we are interested only in title. So console log we can remove, and this is how we are providing a value outside to our comments component. Now let's jump inside our comments component. So as you can see here, we have our form. This is our comment form with submit title. And now here we must provide an output. This is handle submit. And actually here I don't want to create a function handle submit, because here we want actually to say what this form is doing. And in our case, we can write here, for example, add comment, and we can provide a value. And in our case, it is $event, and it will be exactly our string that we are providing from inside. But actually this is not exactly what we want. Yes, this is a comment and this is our event, and we can use it in our case now. But later we also want to implement replies, which means we will use this add comment method to add replies to some parent comment, which actually means it is not enough to just pass a string inside that comment. We must know to which comment we want to add this comment. It will be either a root comment or it will be some parent. This is why here I don't want to provide just $event, I want to provide here an object, and let's write here, for example, text. This is our event that we provided from our comment form, and here additionally I want to provide a parent ID. So what is parent ID? In our case it will be null, because here this form creates for us a root comment, and root comment always has a parent ID null. This is what we're providing here. But with such notation now we can use this form and this add comment function to also add comments to some specific comment by providing here inside parent ID. So now let's create this add comment function. So here after ng on init, we want to create a comment, and we're getting here an object with text and parent ID. And here we want, of course, to write correct typing. So we know that text is always a string and parent ID can be either null or a string. And this function will return for us void, which means nothing. And let's just write here console log add comment, and let's check what we're getting. Here is our text and our parent ID. Let's reload the page. We don't have any errors. Let's write some comment and hit write. As you can see here, we see our add comment console log, and here is our text and null, which actually means we successfully arrived inside this function. Now here we want to save our comment inside our database, and for this we must update our service. This is why let's jump inside our services, comment service, and here we must create new function, for example create comment. And inside we will pass our text, this is our string, and parent ID, this is string or null. In this case we can create any comment inside database. And here back we want to return observable, and inside we are passing our created comment, which means comment interface, which actually means create comment is an asynchronous function. Exactly like get comments, here we are getting back observable of array of comments interface, and here inside create comment we are getting observable of a single comment. Now here we must create this comment. This is why we want to call this HTTP client, and here it will be a post request, and here we must provide inside what we will get back. In our case it is comment interface, because this post request will create a comment and get it back. And inside here, first of all, we must provide a URL, and we have here http localhost 3000/comments. And this is a post request, so we don't need to provide any ID here. And after this, as a second parameter, we must provide all our data. And just to remind you, here on the right, I will open our db.json, and as you can see, this is our database. So actually here we have not text, but body. This is why here I want to write first of all body equals text, and secondly parent ID equals parent ID. This is what we are getting from the argument. And actually this code is enough in the real database, because we are providing from the client just body that we want to create and parent ID. But actually here we're using a fake API, which actually means it won't create for us all other properties. Like you can see here, they are predefined, like created at, user ID, username, and so on. It will just set an ID and put inside what we passed there. Because it is mocked, it doesn't have any logic inside. which actually means here I want to add all these properties that typically won't be set by the client. They will be generated on your production by your backend, but in our case, our mock server can't do it. This is why here I will write comment should not be set here. In this case, you know that typically we don't set these properties, and now inside I want to write first of all created at, and here we can write new date, and here to isostring. After this we need user ID 1, and here will be our username John. And actually in the real application, when you are creating a comment, then you are logged in, and then your backend knows with what customer you are logged in. In this case, backend knows your user ID, username, and it can set created at. So our create comment function is fully ready. Let's use it now. This is why we must jump back inside our comments, and here is our add comment. So what we want to do here, we want to call this comment service, and now here we have a method create comment, where inside we must provide a text and parent ID, and we can subscribe to the result, which actually means we're waiting for created comment. This is why here as an option, I will write created comment. And as you can see here, TypeScript gets the correct comment interface, which actually means we should not type it here, it is there by default. Now the question is what we are doing with this created comment. Actually it was created on the backend, but we must update our comments array, this array here, and add there our created comment. And actually we can easily do it just by spreading all our comments to the comments property again. This is why here I want to assign an empty array. I'm spreading here these comments, and at the end I want to pass inside created comment that we just got. In this case, we will update our comments and Angular will re-render our array. Let's check if it's working. I'm jumping to browser, I'm reloading the page. Here I'm writing a comment, I'm hitting write, and as you can see here on the bottom, I see my new comment, so it was successfully created. And we can actually check this inside network, because here we can see our comments request, and it was posted on our /comments, and here is our payload that we sent. Here as you can see parent ID null, here is our body, and here is our response. So our method is working correctly, and Angular successfully re-rendered our array. Now let's implement some actions for our comment. This is why I want to jump back inside our comment component, and here after our comment text, we will first of all have a comment form later when we will implement editing. So here we can write comment form editing maybe, and after this we will have all our comment actions. So here we can create div with class comment actions. Let's close this div, and inside we will have 3 different buttons: edit, reply, and delete. So first of all, here will be a reply button. This is why here I want to write div ngIf, and here I will write can reply. And we will implement this logic in a second. The main idea is that we can't reply on the comment if we are not logged in. So here we must provide also a class comment action. And we also will have a click event, but a little bit later. So inside I will simply write reply text and close our div. Now I want to do exactly the same with edit and delete. This is why I will copy paste this div 3 times, and here we want to write can edit and then can delete. And here inside will be first of all edit and after this delete. And actually after this div we will have later comment form replying. So I will just paste here a placeholder, and after this we also need to render our replies when we will have them. So now we need to implement these 3 properties: can reply, can edit, and can delete. So let's jump inside our component and first of all create them. First of all we have can reply, and it is a boolean, and by default everything will be false. In this case we are on the safe side, we don't show anything. So here is can edit, this is also a boolean false, and we also have can delete, and this is also boolean, and by default it will be false. Now we must assign all these properties inside ng on init. This is why here I want to write implements on init, and I need to create here ng on init function. Now inside, first of all, let's talk about can reply. And actually we can reply when we have a current user ID. And actually inside this component, we don't have any current user ID, so we must pass it from outside. This is why here we must write that we need an input, which is called current user ID, and this is a string. And here we must put a bank to avoid initialize a problem. Now let's open on the right our comments component, and here inside our HTML we must provide inside every single comment this string. So here let's write current user ID equals current user ID. And just to remind you, inside comments component we already have current user ID from the input, which means it will work correctly, and here we passed inside current user ID. Now inside ng on init, we must assign this canReply property. And actually here we simply check if we have current user ID. This is why here I will just wrap inside boolean this dot current user ID. So either it is null or undefined, so we will get here false, in other case we will get here true. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see here we have a reply button under every single comment, which actually means our logic is working correctly. Now we need to implement canEdit and canDelete, and they will be really similar because the logic is the same. You must be an owner of the comment, and you can't change your comment if it is older than 5 minutes. This is why here, first of all, I want to define what is 5 minutes. Here we can write 5 minutes, and inside I will assign 300,000. It is exactly 5 minutes in milliseconds. Now we can check if the time is passed. This is why here I want to write a property time passed, and here we must compare current date with our current date minus 5 minutes. So here we can write new date, and here we must convert it to milliseconds. This is why get milliseconds minus, and here will be new date of this dot comment dot created at, and this is when this comment was created. And just to remind you, this is a UTC string and we're converting it to date. And here we also must write get milliseconds to compare it correctly, and we're checking here if it is bigger than 5 minutes. So what we're doing here, we're first of all taking our current new date, this is our local time, here is the date when our comment was created, and we're checking that the difference between these two dates is bigger than 5 minutes. In this case, time is passed, and we can't change this comment anymore. And now we can create this canEdit and canDelete properties. So first of all, this canEdit. And first of all, we must check that we're an owner of this specific comment. This is why here this current user ID equals this comment dot user ID. And it is not all, we also need to check that 5 minutes didn't pass. This is why here and not time passed. In this case, we can edit our comment. And with delete, it is exactly the same. Current user ID equals comment user ID, and time is not passed, and it is also not all. We also must check that we don't have any replies of this specific comment. The main idea is that if you have here a comment and you have replies inside, you can't remove a comment. It doesn't make any sense because you have the inside replies. The main problem is that we don't have any replies here, and we must get them as an argument. So here we can write that we have an input, and the name is replies, and we know that this is comment interface array, because replies is simply an array of comments. Now here we must check that and this dot replies dot length equals 0. In this case we know that we have 0 replies, and we can successfully remove a comment. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and we're getting property replies has no initializer. So here I will put an exclamation mark. Let's check again. We don't have an error. But here is of course our error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading length, which actually means here inside our ng on init, we're checking this replies.length of undefined, and obviously we're getting an error. This is why here we must go inside our comments, and here inside every single comment we must provide replies. The question is how we can get replies. We must create a function where we inside provide an ID and we find all children of this ID. So here let's create a function get replies, and inside we must provide an ID of the comment, so comment.id. Now let's create this function, so I need to jump inside our component TS, and here let's create getReplies. And we know that here we are getting our comment ID, which is a string, and back we will get an array of our comments, so this is comment interface array. And inside this component we have a full access to the list of all our comments. This is why here we can simply return this .comments, and we must filter it by parent ID. So here we can write filter, and inside our filter we are getting access to the comment, and we can check comment.parentID equals our comment ID that we provided. In this case, this code will return an array of the children of this comment. But we can do even better, we can sort our replies. This is why here we can directly write .sort, and here we are getting A and B, which is previous and next comment in the row, and here we can just write new date, and we are providing inside a.createdAt, .get milliseconds, and minus new date, and here we are providing b.createdAt, .get milliseconds. In this case, we will sort our replies in the correct order directly inside getReplies function. Let's check this out, we don't have any errors. Let's reload this page, we also don't have errors here. And as you can see now, we see reply button everywhere, but we don't see here edit and delete. But as you can see in the last comment, we see the edit button, because actually 5 minutes didn't pass and we can edit this comment. Let's check this out, I will create one more comment, and as you can see here, this comment is on the bottom. Here we have reply and edit, but actually delete is not there. This is why we must check what is the problem. Let's open our comment component, let's check here the markup, so ngIf can delete, this is correct. And I already can see the problem here. I named can delete, can edit. This is the problem, so we just reassigned it. Here we must create this can delete. Let's check this out. Now we have delete button and it is working correctly. Now let's think about active comment. And actually we can have a reply form and edit form. And we can have only one active comment with either reply form or edit form. And if we are hitting reply on another comment, then we must close our previous reply comment and open a new one. This is why it makes a lot of sense to have a single property like active comment, for example, where we store all needed information. This is why what I want to do, I want to jump inside our comments and here create a new property. So we have here our array of comments, we can create here active comment, and it will be of type comment interface or null. And by default it will be null, because by default we don't have any active comment. But actually this is wrong approach. Why is that? Because actually here we are storing comment interface and nothing else, which actually means we can't know what this comment is exactly doing. Is it in editing state or is it in replying state? Here we just know what comment we activated. This is why I want to create here a new type. So for now we have just a single comment interface and it is not enough for us. I want to create inside types something like active comment interface. And inside we will store not only our comment but also its type. This is why here we can name it active comment interface. And what we want to store inside, first of all, the ID of our comment. This is our unique identifier what comment is activated. And secondly, a type. And actually here we can just save like a string, maybe replying or editing. But actually this is not the best approach because we are using TypeScript, and in TypeScript we have enumerables. This is why here we can create, for example, active comment type. So here I am naming it enum.ts, and inside let's create our enum. So we want here to export an enum with name active comment type, and this is just an object with two fields. First of all, replying, and here we will store a string replying, and second string will be editing. And actually this is a nice approach because in this case we're storing all our possible states inside types, and we can use it like a value and like a type. This is why here on the left we don't need two strings, but here we can just write active comment type. And actually it will be even better if we will write here postfix enum. In this case we are naming it exactly the same. If it is interface, then we are writing inside interface. If it is enum, we are adding here enum. This is how our active comment interface is looking like. We have an ID and a type, and now we understand what comment is activated and in what state we are. Are we replying or are we in editing state? So now we can jump back inside our comments component, and here we must write not comment interface, but actually active comment interface. And inside we have just an ID and type, and by default it is null. This is completely fine, but now we must change it inside our comment. This is why here inside comment we have these buttons with reply and edit, and we must change our active comment when we are clicking here. This is why here I want to set a click event, and here we want to call set active comment. We don't have it yet, and here .emit. Why emit? Because it will be our output. And here inside we must pass two things. First of all, the ID, and here we have access to comment.id, and secondly we have a type, and our type can be replying or editing, and in this case we can directly write here replying. But again, this is not the best approach, because we have an enum here. But we can't import an enum directly here inside HTML. This is why here what we can do, we can create an enum property. We can write here, for example, active comment type equals active comment type enum. In this case, as you can see, I have an import here on the top, and now this active comment type is available for me inside my HTML. So here I can directly write active comment type dot replying. And now we have exactly the same story for our editing. This is why I will copy-paste this click and put it inside edit. As you can see, it looks exactly the same, but here we don't want replying, we want dot editing. And it will work exactly the same because we simply change our active comment. This is why now we must create this set active comment output. So let's jump inside our comment component and define here our output. And our name will be setActiveComponent, and here we are creating new event emitter, and we must import it from Angular core, and inside we are passing our possible type, and in our case it will be either active comment interface or null. And here we obviously need round brackets. And you might ask here, why did we provide as a type null? Because actually in our definition here we don't have null, we just set an active comment. And actually we're providing here null because later we will have a cancel button. So we open edit form and then we're hitting cancel. In this case we want to set our active comment back to null. This is why null here is completely possible. And as you can see, we didn't create any additional functions. We simply use this set active comment inside our HTML directly with emit. Now what we must do, we must jump inside our comments, comment HTML, and here we must define this output. So we have here setActiveComment, and actually here we can directly create setActiveComment method where inside we're providing our event. Now let's create this setActiveComment function inside comments. So here on the bottom we can simply define that we're getting here our active comment, and it is either active comment interface or null, and this function will return void. What we want to do inside, we just want to change our this.activeComment with active comment that we got from our child. This is it. With this logic, we already can build our reply form. So let's jump back inside our comment, and here is a placeholder for our replies. This is why here after a div we can create comment form. Let's close this form here, and inside we must provide some properties. And first of all, I want to put here ngIf is replying. And actually, what is this replying? This is an additional function that we will create in a second, which will check exactly active comment and replying state. In this case, we know, okay, we're replying now to this comment, and we must render this comment form. Also, after ngIf, we must provide here a submit label, in this case, for example, reply, and we also need a handle submit that we already defined inside. And actually what we want to call here, we want to call add comment. And just to remind you, previously we had add comment just in parent inside comments, but we also want to provide this information to the top. This is why here add comment will be an output. This is why here we are writing it with emit, and we are providing inside an object, just like we did previously. First of all, we must provide here our text from $event. This is what we are getting from our comment form. And secondly, parent comment ID, and in this case we are providing here reply ID. So what we're missing inside our component, first of all, is replying function, and secondly this reply ID. So let's try to do this now. First of all, I want to create this isReplying function, and actually this is a function because this value can be changed later. This is why we can't write it directly inside ng or init. We must call it inside a function. Now this function must also return a boolean. In this case we know if we must render a form or not. So what we want to check inside is an active comment, and actually here is the problem: we don't get active comment from our parent, and we must do it. This is why here I will write that we are getting as an input our active comment, and actually it can be of type active comment interface or null. And now we must pass this active comment inside comments HTML. So here we will have an additional property, active comment, and we have this active comment inside our this property. After this, we can use this active comment inside isReplying function. So here, first of all, I want to check if we don't have this active comment, then I will directly return false. In this case, we are for sure not replying, which actually means this comment is not active. After this, we must check for the type and the ID. So here what I want to check is that this activeComment.id equals this.comment.id, and this is our current comment, and we also must check a type. So this activeComment.type equals this.activeCommentType. Just to remind you, this is our enum.replying. As you can see here, I didn't use any strings. This is all coming from enum, and this is extremely important. So once again, first of all, we're checking for our active comment. If it is not active, we're directly returning false. If we have an active comment, then we're comparing first of all the ID, and secondly, if the type is replying. So we know that we must render a reply form. And the last thing that we must implement here is reply ID. Just to remind you, here I wrote add comment, and this is our output. We must also create it, and here first of all we're providing text, and secondly parent ID equals reply ID. So what is reply ID? And actually this is a tricky question, because here we want to render all our comments nested, which actually means we will have a lot of levels of our comments, and this is extremely difficult to support, and this is not super fast. This is why typically all applications that you will find in the internet have only 2 or 3 levels of nested comments. In this case, it is much easier to support and you don't have performance problems. This is why what we want to do here, we want to assign a comment when we're replying on the second level to the parent of the second level, which actually means you will never have more than 2 levels. You either have a root comment or you have a list of children, and you can't really reply on the child of the second child and so on. These comments will always be grouped in the list of the root comment, and this is exactly how it works, for example, on YouTube. So first of all, here we must create this property. Let's create here reply ID, and actually it can be string or null because this is simply an ID, and by default here we will assign null. And this is what I want to assign inside. So here we will have this reply ID equals, and we're checking if we have this parent ID. If yes, then we want to return this parent ID. If no, then we want to return this comment ID. What does it ever mean? First of all, we don't have parent ID here for now, but we must provide it. The main point is that here inside our comment HTML, we must render all our children of this specific comment, which actually means we will have a parent, and actually inside our root comment, our parent is obviously null, and actually we will render comment component recursively. And here we first of all check if we have a parent ID, and we have parent ID only if it is a children, and if we have a parent ID, then we set it as a parent ID. In other case, we're using this comment ID. Why is that? Because in this case, we're a root comment, and we want to attach a child comment directly here to this comment where we are inside. But if we are in child comment, so we have a parent ID, then we want to use a parent ID because we want to avoid this nesting. So what we must do now here, we must get a parent ID from the outside. This is why here let's create an input, and here we are getting our parent ID, and it will be either string or null, and by default we can assign it to null. And last but not least, we must create this add comment function with a mid that we just wrote here, and this will be our output. This is why here we can write that we have an output with the name add comment, and this is new event emitter where we have a type of the object, and here we have first of all text string, and secondly parent ID, which is either string or null. And don't forget please here round brackets, because you will get an error. So what we must do now, we must write this add comment function in our parent, but actually we don't need to pass parent ID, because inside our root level it will be always null. This is why let's jump back inside our comments, comment.html, and here we must create a new function add comment, and here what we want to call is directly add comment with the $event, because actually we are passing inside our data in the correct format. And just to remind you here, we have our add comment where inside we are passing text and parent ID, which means it will work out of the box. So now let's check if all this stuff is working together. First of all, we don't have any errors here inside web server. I will reload the page, and here let's hit on the reply. And as you can see now, our comment form is rendered, which actually means here inside our comment, as you can see in HTML, we have this logic with this replying and it is working, which actually means when we hit on the reply, we set it in our parent, our active comment with the ID and replying type. Now here we are rendering our comment form, this is this form, with submit label reply, which is really awesome because it works out of the box. Also we're checking here for the text and our button is disabled. Now we're hitting reply, form doesn't disappear, but here inside console you can see that we're getting add comment, here is our text, and this is our parent ID. This is exactly what we wanted. And now we can check our network, because actually we had a request, and as you can see this is our post request to create a comment, and this is our correct payload, and here we have parent ID 1, which actually means we directly created a comment inside our API. This is why we can open our db.json and find our new comment here on the bottom with parent ID 1. And as you can see, we successfully implemented our reply form and active comment. What is more important when we're hitting reply on another comment than the form inside first comment is being closed, and here we're getting a new form. The only problem that I saw after we're hitting reply, we don't hide this form, but this is really easy to fix. We can jump directly inside our comments, and here when we have add comment at the end after creating a comment, we can just change this .active comment back to null, because no comment should be active. Let's check this out. I'm hitting reply, I'm writing something here, I'm hitting enter, and we don't see our form, which actually means we implemented everything successfully. Now we must render a list of our replies, and actually it is not that difficult to do because we prepared almost everything. So let's jump inside comment, and as you can see here we have already our list of replies, which actually means we simply need to render them here after our comment form. So what I want to write here is div with class replies, and here we want to write ng if condition, because we don't need to render this list if we don't have any replies. So what I want to check here is replies length. If it is bigger than 0, then we're rendering this div. Now inside our div we must render a list of the comment component. This is why here we can simply write comment, and here we have ng for loop, let comment, and actually it's not a comment but it is a reply, so let reply of replies, and replies is an array, and here let's close our comment, which actually means we're rendering here all our comments recursively. But the main point is that we must pass every single input and every single output inside this component. In other case it won't work. This is why here first of all we must provide a comment, and this is our reply. Secondly, we must provide a function setActiveComment. We already did that, and here is our setActiveComment .emit, and here $event. So this is how we typically provide it from outside, but of course here we must have round brackets because this is an output. So we just call here setActiveComment function, which is essentially the same function, and we're providing here event that we got from our reply. Now we also must provide inside an active comment because we need it inside our comment and we have access to it inside our parent comment. We also need to add here our add comment function and it will be addComment.emit and here we have $event, and after this we must provide a parent ID. And just to remind you, we didn't provide it inside our root because their parent ID was null, but it is not null here inside this list, it is the reference to our comment.id. The last one here will be the list of replies, and actually our reply can never have any replies because we have just 2 levels. This is why here we simply provide an empty array. This is completely fine. And the last but not least is of course current user ID. We also need it, and here we have access to current user ID inside our current component. Let's check if it's working. I'm just reloading the page, and as you remember, we created quite a lot of replies to our first comment, and we can see all these replies here, they are directly available for us. But here the interesting question is regarding this reply button. But actually, if I will open a reply form to reply to the reply, and write here, for example, this is the reply for reply, and hit here reply button, then here we directly created this reply not as a child of this comment, but as a child of its parent. In this case, we always have just 2 levels and not deep nesting. And this is exactly why we wrote this logic that you can see here with reply property. So here we wrote when we have a parent ID, then we assign inside parent ID, so this comment, and in another case we just make it a child. So we successfully rendered all our replies. Now we must implement editing form, and it will be super similar to our replies form. First of all, I want to create additional function here, not is replying, but is editing. And the idea will be exactly the same, so I will copy paste this function completely and just rename it. So let's name it is editing, and inside first of all we are checking for active comment. If we don't have an active comment, then we directly return false, and here we're comparing exactly the same. First of all the ID, and secondly active comment type dot editing. Now we must use our comment form inside HTML. So let's jump here on the top, and here is our placeholder for comment form editing. So here I want to inject our comment form, and let's close our comment form. And first of all inside we want to check with ngIf for is editing function, because actually if we are not editing we don't need to render form at all. After this we also must provide a submit label inside, and this is for example update word. We also need here has cancel button, and just to remind you we must create a cancel output also so we can close our form. We didn't do it yet. And after this has cancel button, we want to provide also initial text, because this is an edit form, and here we can provide our text.body. And last but not least is of course handle submit function, and here we must create an output, for example update comment, and it will be exactly the same. Here we must write an emit, and here we must provide an object with first of all text, and this is our $event because it is coming from the component, and secondly comment ID, because actually here we must know what comment we want to update on the backend, and here will be our comment.id. So the idea is exactly the same with handle submit, just like we did with create, but here instead of parent ID we are providing inside actually not comment but comment ID. Now let's register this update comment function. This is why here actually we can jump to the top and copy paste for example add comment, because it will be really similar. So here we have our output, but not add comment but update comment, and this is new event emitter with text and comment ID. And actually in this case our comment ID can't be null, it is always a string, because this is our unique identifier what exactly we need to update. Now we must register this output inside our comments component. This is why here let's add update comment, and we need to create here a new update comment function where inside we will provide an event. Now let's jump inside our comments component TS, and here after our add comment we can write update comment, and here we are getting our text, and we also are getting here comment ID, and actually text is string for us, and comment ID is also string. Now inside we want to call our service and update our record inside the database. So we must also create a new function inside our service. But for now I just want to write the code how we will use this service. So we have our comment service, and here we can create update comment function. And we can provide inside first of all our comment ID and secondly text. And this function will return for us an updated comment. So here we can directly write subscribe, and we have access here to our updated comment. What we want to do after that is update our list of comments, because we need to change all properties inside this specific comment. And for this we can use a map function which fits really this case. So we can write here these comments equal, and we are just looping through these comments with map, and we have access to every single comment. Now inside, first of all, I can check if our comment ID equals comment ID on the top, then we must update it. This is why here I will return updated comment. In other case, I want simply to return comment without any update. In this case, we simply reassigning every single comment inside this comment property again, but we are changing the comment with this ID with our updated comment that we got from the backend. And obviously you are getting here an error because we didn't create update comment function yet. And actually after all this stuff, we also need to hide our active comment. This is why here I can write this active comment equals null. Now let's create our update comment method inside service. This is why let's jump back inside our services comments, and here we want to create update comment method that is getting first of all an ID, this is a string, and secondly text, which is also string. And back we will get exactly the same like on the top. This is observable with comment interface. So what we want to do inside exactly the same stuff like we did inside create. This is why I will copy paste completely this HTTP client, but in our case it won't be post, it will be page, because we just want to change some properties. And here we must specify what we are getting back, it is our comment. And here we must also change the URL, because here we have also an ID. So here we have /comment/ and here we have an ID of the comment that we want to change. After this we are providing just body with text, because this is just a single property that we updated. We don't need to provide any other properties. Let's check if it's working. We don't have any errors here. Let's jump inside browser, and here let's click an edit button. And as you can see, we are getting directly here our comment form, but the problem is that we didn't hide our text here, and actually it must be hidden. This is why let's jump back inside our comment component HTML, and here on the top we must render this comment text only when we are not editing. So here ngIf not is editing, and we are good to go. Let's check this out. Here I'm hitting now edit. We don't see this text, we just see our comment form with text inside. Now for example here I will change this form and hit update. And as you can see, nothing happened. And actually this is a really nice case to show you that we need also to pass correct outputs to our children. The main problem is that if here I will create the root comment, for example QQQ, as you can see this comment is here somewhere on the bottom, and now here I will hit edit and change it here and hit update, it is working, it was updated. And actually it was also updated on the backend, but it didn't work with our child because we didn't provide this update comment emit inside our child. So here on the bottom, as you can see, we have add comment, for example, and we also must provide here update comment function. In other case, it won't work because this function just doesn't exist. So here we are writing just exactly the same, update comment emit. Let's check this out. Here we have a child, I'm hitting edit, I'm just changing it, I'm hitting update, and it is working. We successfully updated this record. And we can just find it inside our db.json, and as you can see, it was updated inside our database. But the next problem that we have, we didn't implement our cancel button, which actually means here is our form to update a record, and we're hitting here cancel and nothing is happening. This is why we must jump inside our comment form component, and here is our cancel button. And as you can see here, we don't have any click. Actually, we must provide here a click event, for example, handle cancel.emit. And we don't need to provide anything here, it will be just an empty call. and we must create now inside our output. So I will copy paste our handle submit and change it to handle cancel, and we're providing inside void, which means nothing. Now we can work with handle cancel outside inside our comment. This is why let's open our comment, and we just need to change our comment form here because has cancel button is only here. We must add after handle submit handle cancel, and what we want to do here, we just want to change active comment back to null, and this is exactly that case. This is why here we can simply call set active comment emit, and we're just providing null inside. This is it. Let's check this out. Here I'm reloading the page, I'm hitting enter, and I'm hitting cancel. And as you can see, we don't see our edit form anymore. And the last feature that we must implement is deleting of the comment. This is why first of all I want to jump inside our service, so let's create deleting of the comment. And actually it is really easy because we simply delete a comment by ID and we don't need to do anything else. This is why here we have our delete comment function, and here we're getting ID as an argument. And back we're getting just observable with empty object. So we're not getting a comment back, this is just an empty object. Now here what I want to write is return this HTTP client, and here is delete method. And what we want to pass inside, actually we want to do exactly the same like in update. This is the full URL that we're using to remove the record. So here we have /comments/ and our ID. And we don't need to do anything here or provide anything because by default it will return an object. So our service is ready. Now we must create this function as an output inside our comment. So actually here inside our comment, inside HTML, we have delete button. So what we want to do here, we want to add a new click event, and here we will call our delete comment. And this will be for us just an output. This is why here .emit, and we must provide what ID we want to remove. In our case, comment.id, and this is it. But we should not forget to also pass this delete comment inside our child. In other case, we can't remove our children. This is why here we are providing delete comment method, and here is delete comment emit, and inside we are providing $event. Now we must register this output here on the top, so here we can write that we have an output of the name delete comment, and we simply assign here new event emitter, and we are passing inside just an ID, which actually means this is a string. Now we must register this output on our parent. This is why we are jumping inside comments, inside HTML, and here let's add our delete comment, and we will call delete comment function, where we are providing our string. Now let's jump inside comment.ts and create here delete method. So actually inside we just get a single comment ID, which is actually a string, and we are getting back void. Now we want to call here our this comment service to remove the comment, and here is our delete comment method, where inside we are providing our comment ID. And now here we want to subscribe to the result, we don't care what we are getting back, and we just want to remove this comment from the list of our comments. This is why we can use filter here. We can write this comments equals, and here we are just filtering all our comments, we are getting access to every single comment, and we want to check that comment ID does not equal the comment ID that we want to remove. In this case, we are saving all our comments that we have except of this specific comment. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see here, we have a delete button. I'm hitting here delete, and this comment is gone. And as you can see here was our request inside network. So this is the delete request to /comments, and this is the ID of our specific comment. Which actually means we successfully implemented nested comments inside Angular, and the code was really dry and reusable, and you can use it in almost every project. So none of these projects were extremely big, but if you want to build a really huge real project from start to the end by using Angular and NGRX, make sure to check this video also, where we're doing exactly that.